All right. All right. Let's see. Should be live. Should be recording. Beautiful. Beautiful. Keep that up. No drop frames right out of the gate. That feels pretty good. I see myself on Twitch. I hear myself on Twitch. That's good. All right. Post a message on Discord here very briefly. Very sorry for my tardiness, but we are live now. All right. Posted on Discord. I don't know if anybody really reads those notifications, but again, I don't know if I'm supposed to @ everyone when I do those announcement notifications on Discord. All right. Well, whoa. Retro MMO. This is truly a Tyrannosaur moment. That's a Yellowberry thing, right? Colin, I love the R key change. Man, how are you guys finding me? I mean, it's good to see you guys, but I don't know how people get here so early. Do people actually have Twitch notifications turned on? Is that what the deal is? Yes. Oh. Gotcha. I think I have all mine turned. I think I have it turned off for me, so that's. I got a Twitch push notification. I don't even have the Twitch app, so that's probably the big thing. On my, I don't have it on my phone, so. Anyway, welcome guys, Retro, Evan, Colin. Good to see you guys. Multiplayer is live. It is. It's live, so this stream will be I don't know. The stream will be kind of just screwing around. I'm a big believer in never doing @ everyone in Discord. Got your Retro MMO. Thanks for that. I set up reaction roles in my server so people can opt in to do stream notifications. Oh, very nice. Live, it is. Populus.gg. We still don't have HTTPS. I actually set up, well, I'll talk about that in a minute, but it's live. I click play. We're finding an opponent. Somebody go to populus.gg and click play, and you'll see we're in the same game together. I got a tiny Osu player trying the game last night. He loved it and shared it on Discord. He's got with friends. So that speaks for how good. Wow, Colin, thank you for that. Thank you. I really appreciate that. By tiny Osu player, you mean like streamer kind of thing? Or like somebody in the community? Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, one of you guys click play and we'll be in here. You don't have to, but I just wanted to prove that it was actually live because I don't know if Evan believes me. Opponent found. So there's obviously no usernames, but you guys should see the same game there. So, oh. I'm not trying my hardest right now. So then the little red dot's moving, so that's, I don't know, that's either Evan or Colin, I guess, right now. One of you guys playing. Time's up. So it's there. Things are not perfect. Things are not perfect yet, but it's there. And it's, I mean, feature-wise, I think we are okay. On mobile right now, but I can play a match in a bit. Nice. No worries. I don't want to tell anybody to force anybody to play, but on mobile right now. Are we in the Burger King drive-thru right now, Evan? Is that what's going on? Waking up still, so that's all you get from me. No worries, Colin. But it's there, and it's pretty fast. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with how fast it is. So once we get, Colin, I guess you're in the U.S. So once we get somebody in, the server's in New York, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when some of the Swedish guys hop in here, and we'll see how it feels. PA, so pretty close to that. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm in Wisconsin, so relatively far away from New York, and I didn't feel any PA. Actually, that's my home state, Colin. By the way, it is my home state. So I moved out of there in the year 2000, but I was in there. I was there for a few years. Been back a few times, but what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, playing on, like, I'll do a game here between, just for the side, for a side by side here. How can I make this smaller? Okay. So we'll do I'm on populus.gg and 2 browsers. This isn't development. So we do finding an opponent found. And like, I can't tell the difference between LAN and the server. So that's speaks to the speed of WebSockets. Like, just seeing the stuff update on here. Like, seeing if I click this bubble, then I'm gonna look here to see how quickly that moves. Like, that's as fast. I mean, that's as fast as it could be, humanly noticeable. That is, like, I can't tell any delay at all, and the timers are ending like perfectly. So I don't think there's any, like, technically there is a little bit of a delay, because I don't have any sort of like latency compensation, so being factored in, but I honestly don't think we need that at all. So yeah, so once we get some of the guys who are overseas in the chat, have them try it out and see how it feels, how it plays. But otherwise, it's feeling pretty good. I want to pull up the server here. I'm going to do this off screen because it's a little top secret. It's not really top secret, but I want to pull up the server here, and I'll pull up the PM2 dashboard. Okay. What's going on here? Oh boy. Okay. Whoops. Sweet. All right, so there we go. Very nice. Yeah, I guess I probably should have. No, I do have all the logs. That's right. I do have all the logs from the server. So that's pretty cool. All right, so whoops. I just realized my monitoring is back, so my voice is coming out of my speakers. All right. Well, so I went live with everything on Saturday. By Saturday night, I had stuff going. And so I haven't even put any version. I've been trying to put the version notes anytime we go live with a new version on Discord. So my plan is to finish those because obviously it's been a long time. I mean, I initially went the latest. So I've got a changelog channel on Discord under the Populus section. And basically the last update was from November 2nd. So, and that was when we added the tutorial, and basically I haven't done a new version since then because most of my development efforts have been put into multiplayer. So obviously getting all of that going has been, all right, my laundry's done. I'm gonna have to get it. Skididdy. What's going on, Skididdy? Populus multiplayer is live, Skididdy. Just throwing that out there. So this is this stream today is a little bit of a I don't know how much actual programming stuff we'll do today. We probably will do some. I've got the code open here, but the game is live and it works. So nice work. Thank you for that. So, oh yeah, we got a favicon now. So the red dot. We went with the red circle. FH Duke, want to become famous? I already am famous, FH Duke. All right, let's ban this. I already am famous, MH Duke. We got a multiplayer game live, so I'm full blown celebrity right now. Just kidding. But it does feel good to have the multiplayer live. Because I think now what I was saying is we haven't done an update. According to Discord, the last changelog notes we had version 0.1.3. And that was, we added the tutorial and rearranged some stuff on the menu. And obviously, so November 23, or November 2nd, sorry, that was from November 2nd. That was a long time ago. And we haven't had an update since then. So the idea now is I should have some more like rapid updates. Like I'm thinking we might even have a new version of Populus each week, potentially now, because now the updates and things are going to be much smaller. Much smaller change. Oh, I didn't even pay attention here. We're playing somebody here. Skididdy, maybe? I wasn't paying attention. Oh. Yeah, so the red dot on top is your opponent. So if the red dot is ahead of you, so I got beat here. I just got beat out 28-24. And I'm seeing the server logs here with everything. That is beautiful. Got the server logs off on my other monitor here. I guess I can actually show that. There's nothing secret. So we got the server logs here. I just pulled this up so like you can see when a player connects, and these IDs are just random, and they're just for the logging purposes only. That's what we set up kind of on the last stream on Tuesday. Whoa, sorry, I missed some chats here. Want to become Kodako? Yeah, exactly. Hey, Kodako, I still haven't caught a Kodako stream yet, by the way. But Still have not caught a Codico stream. But I saw that he's got, I guess he's got multiplayer now. Like, he's got like a sign up, and then he's got like leaderboards and stuff now on SpeedTyper. SpeedTyper.dev. So that's pretty cool. I didn't actually sign in or anything. I didn't create an account, but Weemy, what's going on? Good to see you, Weemy. Wait, when did I get a sub? Was that from Skidity? No versus mode, but leaderboards and GitHub integration. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because it looked like there was like he had like a random username generation thing, maybe. Because like when I just joined, I've got like a username here, like a fake username, like 2 words put together. That's actually kind of something I'm thinking of doing myself for Populus, potentially. Just like a random username thing as kind of a quick thing. Oh, yes. From BN the Game. Right. Yeah, BN the Game gifted a bunch of subs. I remember that. Yes, so a bunch. BN the Game. I just, yeah. 7 days ago. We meet ago. Yep. I think you were just, like, maybe just left the chat or something at that point. But you were probably still showing up as being in the chat or something like that. Skidity, LOL, you weren't paying attention and almost beat me. Well, yeah, no worries. But, or air, no versus mode. Yeah, but he has leaderboards. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, like you can sign in with GitHub or something? I think I found a bug, actually. So when Codico hops in, because I found one game, I took a screenshot, and I wanted to send it or show it to him. But one of the files that I was typing, I was playing, I don't remember, it must have been Saturday. One of the files I was typing, I hit the end, but it didn't end. Like, just the thing kept going. We mean multiplayer live? Yes, it is. It is live. So I went live on Saturday. Didn't stream or anything for that. But it's live. So I just pulled up the logs here, the PM2 on the server, and player blah 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 connected. Yeah, so these I'm showing these are not user IDs that are like unique or whatever. These are just user IDs that I have strictly for logging purposes, so I can track the user in the logs. So somebody requested match, probably Weemy. So I'll join in here. There we go. So then the red dot. Let me know how it feels, Weemy. I mean, maybe it's hard to, because this again, the server's in nice. I'm wire. Yeah, that's you. Yeah, again, these are not unique or not secret usernames or anything. They're just yeah, I can't even see the first color. Hey, you were popping a couple there. You got 2. Nice, Weemy. All right, my coffee's out. All right, so, ooh, that one rounded up to 3,001 milliseconds. That's okay though. Yeah, so our logs here are looking pretty cool because we kind of finished this up at the end of the last stream. So we've got like these fake little user IDs that get generated when you connect. So as long as your WebSocket's alive, it'll be there. But like if I just refresh Populus GG, so like my current ID right now is this one, XXV. So like if I refresh, it'll say XXV WS connection closed, and then my refresh generated a whole new ID. So these IDs don't mean anything other than actually just for the logging purposes right now. just so I can like, if there's some issue, somebody has some issue, I'll be able to like track and see like, okay, there was a player here and then did that and then something broke or something like that. So that was just my way of only logs. There's no database or anything right now. So I don't hopefully not plan to have any database. Yeah, after trial and error, 2 yellow ones. So what's next on the list of changes? Yeah, that's a good question, Colin. I'm not sure yet. So the thing I wanted to do first was, well, today's stream I wasn't planning too much on getting a ton of stuff done, other than I want to finish the release notes for the version. I'm going to post those on Discord. So I'm just going to kind of try to remember everything. I already started a couple things. Source code is still not obfuscated. Yeah, Weemy. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, at some point I might try to do a much more obfuscated version, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so I'd like to finish these version notes today, or kind of this morning. That is, it's this morning for me. And then try to I'm going to move these out of the way. I don't really want this up all the time. Then I'm going to try to kind of update the Trello with some new features, or, you know, kind of think of what are the new features, what should be done first. So, all right, I'm going to take a quick BRB and we'll be right back. When I snap my fingers, I was going to disappear. Backlog creating time. Exactly. And I've got some stuff already on the Trello, but I definitely have some more things that are not on the list yet. So we'll get to that. All right, BRB. All right, so it'll be a slightly longer be right back. I got to get my laundry and stuff, so just hang tight. Somebody can play me. Somebody can play me and whoop me. There we go. All right. So when somebody joins, you'll play me and you'll beat me because I'll be AFK. All right. Be right back. Woo! We are back. Oh, somebody just got me. 35. Nice. 35 and one mistake. Awesome. All right. We mean, code is a bit obfuscated though. Yeah, it's a bit. I have a minification. I'm using Terser.js to minify, and yeah, it mangles some things, but I think just because of JavaScript, it can't like know everything to go and like completely destroy all the names and everything. So I might look at some point a little bit more how to really do that, but how I really should kind of minify stuff, but yeah. So we got a favicon now. Favicon. That's probably the most important new feature we've got. Little red circle. And in theory, it should be the same exact red as this. All right. So, what else? What other features did we add? I think that's a similar icon to the tab that a tab makes when it's recording. Okay. Yeah, I kind of wondered that, Colin, because I feel like I've noticed that for... Not sure if that'll be an issue in the future. Yeah, we'll see. I was thinking of maybe putting like a P, like a little P over it. The letter P, that is. Maybe we'll do that. Like kind of just like a white P or something. That might actually be a good idea. Just like an Arial P like that. Should probably do that. Like a proton. Psh. You science guy. Yeah, exactly. Like a proton. Yeah, speaking of which, we got a few follows offline, and maybe, Colin, that's because of yeah, let's see here if I can follow. IPR Zach D resubscribed, so thanks, IPR Zach D. Okay, no, I remember that one. All right, so we got I don't feel too good. So thank you. I don't feel too good for the follow. I really appreciate it. Be sure to thank these people if they hop in the chat at some point. Got Danny Locks. Thank you, Danny Locks, for the follow. I readily appreciate it. Lunar Downs Twitch. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Lunar Sec, which maybe that means Lunar's second account. So Lunar followed me twice. That's pretty incredible. So thank you, Lunar. We'll just go with Lunar, so that's probably what that, I'm assuming that's what that is. And then we've got German Sloth 4869. So thank you, German Sloth, for that follow. Really appreciate it. I really do. All right. So, yeah, let's keep so I added Redbubble favicon. So I'm just filling out my release notes right now. I'm going to post these on Discord. Just trying to think of we'll just say updated main menu layout. I don't know if I really need to say all of that stuff, but might as well. So we added one-on-one multiplayer. That's kind of a big deal. I don't know if I need to list all the specific things with that, but play button on the main menu now queues for match. This one, the pressing the R key during a practice match. That's kind of a cool one. There's no way to like, there's nothing telling you that that's a thing yet. So that might be something. I'm thinking of adding like possibly like a little message thing like we have with the tutorial where like you do something and like a little message pops up kind of on the bottom. So I was thinking maybe of doing that, like when you hover over like the button, like play, and then maybe a little message pops up and says play one-on-one, and then, you know, practice by yourself, you know, that sort of thing. So maybe in the exact, whoops, I clicked that out of habit. Kind of just like the tutorial has, where, you know, it's got little animated text that swipes in from the bottom. So we might take that and kind of make a general message thing, and then maybe you could just like fire that up from anywhere in the game, like just throw a message on screen and then it would just whoop swipe up. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be a fun little system to add. Did you change how forgiving the misclick logic that sets you back a few colors, or am I just remembering things? That's a good point, Colin. I do need to add that. So yeah, so now it's much more forgiving, or it's much more predictable. Whoops. All right, we're playing. Am I playing myself? Is that what's going on here? No. Okay, so we're playing somebody here. So the way it works now is if you make a mistake, only one bubble will come back. If you make subsequent mistakes, nothing happens. So like if I continue to make mistakes, nothing. But if I pop pink and then make a mistake, pink comes back. If I pop brown and then make a mistake, brown will come back, right? So always one bubble will come back on that first mistake, that initial mistake you make. I might change it. I still might change it at some point. But the idea is that man, it'd be fun to have. I mean, I like the idea that I'm playing someone right now, but, you know, obviously probably someone in the chat. But it'd be nice to, like, you know, I don't want to have usernames. I don't want to have a user account system. But it would be nice to have some sort of names that, like, you could see and, like, you know your name. And maybe it's randomly generated. Maybe it's nice job, whoever that was. 46-0. I like it. So, yes, I do need to add here the Kodako. Kodako, what's going on? Good to see you. Kodako, that's you. Nice. 46-0. I like it. You hit 50 before, though, right? Kodako, I think I found a bug in SpeedTyper, maybe. I was playing on Saturday a little bit. And I took a screenshot. Here's my screenshot that I took. I'm just showing you on screen. So I was on this file. And it wouldn't end. Maybe you already know about it. Like I typed the last parenthesis here, but it like wouldn't end. I don't know how to say it. Let's say it better than that. I think it was because of a trailing space. Okay. Oh, like there's a space here, but I needed to type it. I think I've been looking at that. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, everything was perfect. I typed, and then, yeah, I like hit that, and I tried like again, like I did a backspace, I think, in a parenthesis. So I didn't trim. Gotcha. No worries. I just wanted to let you know when I found it. Nice. But yeah, this is like random username generation here? Like I got Fatal Chocolate. Is that like a random name because I joined kind of anonymously? Because I saw you got like the leaderboards now. That's looking pretty cool. I like it. Yeah, do you need anything more from this? Otherwise, I'll take it off screen here. I don't know. Does it show the file name? I thought it showed the file name. No, thank you. Okay. Yeah, if you got it. Cool. Yes, I was getting a lot smaller files, which I like. It's blurry. It's too blurry for that, but I know. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Well, we haven't dropped any frames. I will say that. So that feels good on stream. But I think Twitch fixed those issues. I did a little test stream over the weekend too. Not the stream, the image was blurs. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Stream is crisp. All right. Thanks, Kodako. I did realize that I'm actually using a pretty low bit rate for 1080p streaming. I've been doing 2500 megabit, or 2500 kilobit, sorry. 2500 megabit. Whew. 2500K and 4K now. Well, I only do 1080p. I'm on a 1440p monitor, and then I scale, I just stream out at 1080p. But like the recommended for 1080p is like supposed to be between 3000 and 4000 or 5000 kilobit. So I'm going to like, oh no, I mean 4000 bits or whatever. No, I'm still at 2500K. I mean, if I might bump everything up. I mean, if I was playing a game, like a first-person shooter or something where the camera's just swiping around like mad, it would probably be, you'd probably notice it, but I think I do 1000 bit, right? LOL. Nice. 720p though. Yeah, I noticed you were on 720p retro, actually. I did see that. Yeah, I think Twitch starts throttling a bit above 4 or 5K. Gotcha. Yeah, so I didn't know. I mean, like when I go back and watch the streams, they look pretty good. And again, I mean, I'm zooming in on text. And I'm on a 1440p, so obviously there's a little bit of weirdness with the downscaling because I'm 1440p screen, but OBS is, shrinking it down to 1080. So, but as long as when text is big, I thought stuff looked pretty good, but retro, I'll be back in a bit. No worries. All right. All right. So, yes. So I want to add on here like a little, so for anyone who's just hopping in, Populus multiplayer is live. You can play it. Can I update my stream title? Maybe I should do that. Let me update the stream title really quick, just in case. I don't know if anybody reads stream titles, but how do I update it? I can do it right on Twitch. JavaScript game dev. Multiplayer is live. We'll just say that. Multiplayer is live. And I added the little tag, playing with viewers, the little stream tag. Stream info updated successfully. All right. I changed the little title. It still says JavaScript game dev poop. Multiplayer is live. All right. So that's good. So anyway, we meet. Well, now my evening is filled. Nice. No, I appreciate you screwing around, Weemy, with the game and everything. Are you streaming for much longer? We just started, Weemy. So I'm going to be here for 6 more hours, probably at least. So, yes, I will be around for a while. Yeah, I noticed as I hit enter. Oh, yeah. No worries. Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is just kind of trying to come up with a little release note thing that I'm going to put on Discord, because I'm kind of keeping the Discord things, release notes there for right now, just kind of showing that. If anyone's interested, plug that down in the chat. Oh, and you can play the game. Game? There we go. So there it is, populus.gg, discord.gg/6y something. So I'm just updating our notes, changelog notes, whatever. We're going to be on version 0.2.0, I guess. We're on like 0.1.3, and I'm just arbitrarily saying let's go to 2 now because it's kind of a significant update. So we're going to do this. We're going to continue doing this. Then I'm going to start to kind of make a list of the features that I want to implement. But hopefully going forward now with Populus, we should have pretty rapid update cycles now, because haven't done an update since like November 2nd. But that's because basically the next update was going to be multiplayer. So it was like, we're just, that was a lot of work, obviously, to get multiplayer going. So now that we have it going, I think our consecutive or subsequent updates, I should say, will be much quicker, like adding ranking in and everything. Like, I think that would be pretty simple to do, because that's just a little calculation. We need to go next feature, colorblind mode. Yeah. I mean, not next feature necessarily, but yes, now I can start looking at colorblind mode potentially. But I'm talking about, I mean, we'll have all sorts of different changes. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the main menu layout for now, and I just kind of picked these colors somewhat arbitrarily. Like, the blue play button was the way, this was the way it was before. Red was this red color, the way it was before. And then I just kind of came up with pink and purple, like, I don't know, like, that kind of thing. So anyway, yes. So I want to add a gameplay note here. I want to add that making mistakes, mistakes during gameplay, mistakes made during gameplay. Well, we'll put it in quotes, because that's kind of like a quoted thing. Mistakes made during gameplay. Now only mistakes made during gameplay. Oh, during play. Should I say gameplay? Mistakes made during play. Now only. We'll say now. I don't know how to word this. Words are hard. Mistakes made during play. Now bring back. Require you to, do I say you? Should I be saying you? Require you to pop the previously popped bubble. Mistakes made during play now require you to pop the previously popped, to repop. We'll say now. Oh, no. We'll say this. Mistakes made during play now bring, I don't know how to use verbs here. Bring back the previously. This is harder than just writing the game code. Mistakes made during play now bring back the previously popped bubble. And then we'll say subsequent. We'll say subsequent mistakes have no effect other than incrementing the mistake counter, the mistakes counter. Say that. I don't like using stuff like that in a bullet point list. A general more forgiving might be fine. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I agree, Colin, to some extent, but I don't know. I think I'm going to include this thing. Mistakes made during play now bring back the previously popped bubble. I feel like that makes sense now. Yeah. Yeah, I do have a tendency to overcomplicate things. And for whatever reason, I'm warm. Busting out just a t-shirt right now. I don't know what's going on. Probably too much coffee. I do have some different coffee this morning. Did have some different coffee this morning, so I think it's got me a little more on the jittery side here. And just, I'm all aflutter in general because multiplayer is live, so. You know what'll be cool is going back and parsing through our logs eventually. It's like, again, here, I'll pull up the the server logs here. And again, we're showing like player IDs in here, but they're not. These are just random player IDs that get generated every time a player connects. And as long as the web's basically attached to the player / WebSocket connection. If you refresh your browser, you get a new one. You know, they're just strictly here just for logging things. These aren't secret things at all. I see the use of the uint 8 array and int 16 array. Nice. Yes. Yeah, I started using that for the network data back and forth instead of JSON. I don't know if that, you know, basically reduces a lot of extra overhead and minifies the amount of data being sent. That was the big thing now. Like, I shrunk my data down like 6 times the amount of data getting sent back and forth. So, as far as, let's see if we can abuse this. Nice. Yeah, I mean, take a look at whatever you want, Weemy. Yeah, so it'll be nice to maybe go back. I should have maybe made these logs like a little more, because like our logs now throw the timestamp, the UTC-0 timestamp, and then the action after that. So, and then when a match ends, it does the multi-line thing. So like anytime we see the little indents here, that's the end of a match. So we see, so somebody just refreshed their browser there, and a new, yeah, so that it said, this player connection is closed with 1001 WebSocket code. And then they reconnected with this new ID now. And then someone else connected right after that. Yeah, so we're not showing anything. I don't want to say, Weemy, did 2 connect right now? Yes, they did. Well, it looked like maybe a refresh. It looks like a refresh happened here, like it closed and then instantly. I would say this is probably a browser refresh, because this closed immediately and then the next one opened like 200 milliseconds later. So we can see here 829.528 and here's 829.714. So this would have been like a refresh, I guess, or at least a closing. Maybe not necessarily a refresh, but the closing of the connection. And then a new separate connection right there. All right, Weemy's already going to town here. So, yeah, so then we've got like these match. So basically whenever a match ends, it just says here, basically every match gets a little ID too. So like, for example, here we've got match HLK blah, 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 created for these 2 players. So it shows the 2 players that were involved, that lists their IDs. And then when the match ends, it'll say match blah, 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 ended after 30,000 milliseconds. And then it'll show the stats. So that's nice to know. I can print the stats of the players, at least the bubbles popped and the mistakes made. So that's cool. And it'll be nice to maybe go back and kind of parse through that data at some point too. And again, I'm showing these logs, but nobody should be scared. I'm not showing any information, secret information. I'm not showing anybody's IP addresses or whatever. Don't worry. These IDs are not any user IDs or anything. I would never do anything like that. Never show anything that would be secret or whatever. These server logs are never going to show anything. Purely just gameplay data. And again, they show a user ID random token thing here, but that's strictly just a temporary thing that's alive just while your WebSocket connection is there. And I'm using it strictly just to log data. I'm not using it for anything else. There's no database. There's no data getting saved. Nothing top secret. All right, hang on. I'm gonna BRB here real quick. Throw the Jorana BRB in the chat there. I always like to type it out. Jorana BRB in caps. There we go. Beautiful. All right. We'll be right back. 1 second here. Somebody can play me here. Oh, somebody already played. Sorry. Somebody gets a free win. All right. Hang on. I'll be back with me in a second here. Yeah, I'll show you the server. Here it is. If you can see it. I don't know if I can make it any bigger. There you go. All right. All right, there you go, Weenie. All right, BRB. Woo! We are back. Cactus Man. What's going on, Cactus Man? Good to see you. Multiplayer is live, Cactus Man. It is live right now. Populus.gg. So it is there, and I'm actually showing the server logs right now. Weemy didn't do anything. Weemy, are you still there? Because it doesn't look like you did anything since, or it doesn't look like anybody connected or anything since I started the BRB. But yeah, I've got the server logs up here, Cactus Man, but and I'm showing user IDs here, but the user IDs are not important. They're not saved. Basically, it's just the user IDs are strictly for logging purposes. So I'm just showing like when a player connects, I'm just showing that ID. But if you refresh your browser, a new random ID gets going. It doesn't disconnect or anything. What doesn't disconnect, Weemy? Did you say that refresh caused it to close and connect again? Yes. Yes. Yeah, like the browser, like if I refresh this one here, like for example, if I oh, maybe these are frozen. This might be frozen. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it was like stuck. No, I don't think. No, I think just my window was stuck. Usually when you select stuff in the terminal, it pauses, hit enter or something. Yeah, I think that was what it was. So we're good now. This stuff's updating again. So a bunch of stuff happened here. Where were we before? Oh yeah, I tried scrolling around in here and it was kind of a mess, so I don't want to do that. Yeah, so anyway, what I was showing was... Yeah, that was a good point, Cactus Man. I selected something before, so it was, yeah, stuck from that. So I like resized it, and now it's good. So now it's showing people connected. And like if I do a refresh, it looks like Weemy's doing a bunch of connections probably. If I refresh, then it'll say player blah blah blah, WS connection closed, and then so the browser automatically closes the WebSocket, which is nice. All right, somebody requested a match. I just jumped into. There we go. So we got a match. Nice. Yeah, I kind of want to make this a little more clear. I want to make the little red dot thing a little more clear for what's going on. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm off my game this morning. But oh. Nice. Yeah, but there's definitely a lot of things we can do to make everything better, but I mean, functionality-wise, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with the way things are right now. Which is actually kind of a downer. Like, I kind of want to be working on, like, gameplay things. But instead, I'm working on, like, the way the menu looks. And, like, maybe more back-end kind of features things. But I managed to connect to myself. Nice. We need more fancy animations that slow the canvas down. What exactly do you mean there, Cactus Man? I mean, I agree more animations in general would be nice. It would be nice to, I want to do my like screen animate, like my menu animation thing. That would be a much better idea. All right, I'm checking out what you're saying. I'm joking. There's a lot of stuff with too many moving things that just makes stuff slow. Gotcha. Nice, Weemy. I'm seeing your screenshot. Yeah, I mean, if nobody's requested a match right now, somebody canceled. I've got 2 browsers here, so if nobody requests a match in the next 2 seconds, I can. Yeah, you can play yourself for sure. Like I've been doing in the development. Like if I got 2 browsers, I can still play myself, right? And I'm on the live. I'm on the live site. Weemy, in fact, if you could do me a favor, Weemy, because I know you're probably like the furthest one away from the server. Server's in New York. If you could do something like this, Weemy, open up 2 browsers and basically play yourself and see like how quickly the red dot moves. Like, so if I pop this yellow one on this player, like see how quickly the red dot moves on this player. Because like to me, it like I don't even notice a difference between. Well, maybe there's a slight difference between this and LAN, the way it feels on LAN, but otherwise, I mean, it's feeling pretty solid. And CPU usage on the server is just non-existent, which is great. Yeah, I only have 1 tab. Every pop and mistake counts for 2 players connected in the same instance. Interesting. Okay, so you set up 2 WebSocket connections or whatever. Let me join in with my transatlantic connection. Oh, you are you're yeah, I guess I never knew where you were from, Cactus Man. All right. Now I'm getting a little chilly down here in the basement, so. New match gone. It's like around 200 milliseconds. Okay. It's not bad. Well, I guess maybe that is bad, but that's kind of like a round trip thing. As long as we don't do. And another thing. It's not noticeable at all, 40 to 50 milliseconds. Okay. Where are you at, Cactus Man, if I may ask? You don't have to share that if you don't want to, but if you're okay with sharing it. Germany. All right. Nice. Yeah, actually, I feel like I just joined myself again here real quick. Yeah, maybe it's just like a hair behind LAN. It'd be interesting to have like something a little more, maybe a little more like real-timey than that. I mean, that's real-timey, but well, the server hasn't crashed, so that makes me. Sweden superior internet. Nice. Yeah, I knew you were in Sweden, Weemy. Or at least I remembered. Now I will remember forever that Cactus Man is from Germany too. Gigabit up and down. What? Nice. I like it. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. I like it. Yeah, so, I mean, actually, another quick request for you guys, if you wouldn't mind. If you were to join into, like, you could just do this with yourself if you wanted. You could just do a play and a play. I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter. You could just do play and a play, opponent found. And then if you could just note when the timer ends, like if the time ends, if the timer completes, and then you see the message. If it looks like the blue bar is all the way down. Because basically the client is just in control of this blue bar. And like if you could notice that when the blue bar ends, or when we get the match ended message or time's up message, if it looks like the blue bar is all the way out, is what I'm saying. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out and testing some of this stuff. I really appreciate it. Because obviously, I don't know, I guess I could set up a VPN or something and test different servers in Europe or something like that. But I might do that at some point, actually. Just for kicks, but... Yeah, I had a little bit of a harrowing story trying to get TLS set up, unfortunately. I mean, I got it set up and it was great and it was working. But then once I actually went live with the server, because the WebSocket connection is not encrypted. And Chrome, you know, they basically, the browsers cry if there's mixed connection types now, I guess, if like do SSL first or TLS. Well, yeah, I just meant by TLS, I just meant to not use the word SSL because SSL is kind of old and not really a thing anymore. We use it kind of. But yeah, basically I had us all set up and everything, and with our certificate and everything, but it was screaming with the WebSocket connection. So I ended up, whoa, my machine just hitched there a little bit. So yeah, I got to figure out what I want to do. I don't know if I want to, we might just end up keeping everything not encrypted because I don't know. I have it the other way around. The web page is HTTP, but the WebSocket API is HTTPS. Gotcha. Yeah, and I might try to set that up and see. I mean, I guess there will be some extra latency, you know, with that, but probably not too much because the amount of data actually being sent is really minimal. So, and at any rate, it's not really that important of a... I don't know, but yes. So at some point I will be getting that. And I had it nice. I had it all set up with the redirects and everything. So it was redirecting you, you know, if you did HTTP, it would redirect you to HTTPS, and it was beautiful. And then I went live with the server, and then I was like, all right, well, I'm roll that back, and I removed HTTPS. And yeah, so at some point we'll get to that, and we'll have maybe a nice little secure thing everywhere. So anyway, I'm trying to think of, I want to continue to think of new things. New things to add to, so we've got the R key, new things to add to our change log is what I'm trying to say. We've got the R key in the practice match where you can press R and it does like a quick reset. So I can just hit R all day and just reset all these matches. This is just the practice match only. It doesn't have it in the live. So if I do a browser match here, what in the world? Hang on. No. All right, something changed on I have my development version here running as well. Okay, what was I gonna do here? Oh yeah, there is a little bit of an issue with I want to see if this is an issue. I want to see if the time ends now. So again, I'm on populus.gg right now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so there's a little bit of an issue with that. If you minimize the tab, if you minimize the tab, or switch tabs or minimize the window or whatever, the timer bar will get screwed up on the client side. So that's something I want to look at. I think I actually made a thing for that. BRB, got to set a Discord bot up? No worries, Cactus Man. Discord bot sounds pretty cool. I'll ask you more about that once you return. And browsers don't complain about just having... Oh, I guess in that case, if the page is HTTP, then it probably doesn't care anymore. Because I guess the browser cares if you try to do HTTPS, but then you try to do an unencrypt, so it's like you're getting that validate, Chrome wants to show you that, oh, this page is secure. But then if one part of it isn't secure and potentially data could be sent unencrypted, I guess Chrome, if there's like any potential part of that gets sent unencrypted, I guess Chrome wants to yell at you. I guess. I mean, that's a browser thing, whatever. If you signal that you want to be secure and then something isn't secure, you're not secure. Well, exactly, right. But yes, right. Right. Because in Weeme, in your case, you're saying HTTP, so you're just going into it saying, oh, we're not secure, but then you're doing WebSocket encrypted. So I guess from that point, it's like fine. All right. So I can slap HTTPS on there, but the background connection stuff is, since there's a server on the server. Gotcha. I missed words. I see what you're, I see what you're, I think I understand what you're saying. You've got multiple servers that are connecting together with HTTPS. That's kind of what I assumed you were saying. We'll say, I'm going to just have this stats screen now resizes. Stat screen shows stats for both players after one-on-one match. One-on-one match. Okay, stats screen shows stats for both players after one-on-one match and resizes and updates properly on screen resize. Updates properly when the window is resized. We'll say that. All right, what else? What else did we add? It's been 2.5 months since we've had an actual live update here. So there's a lot of things that have changed, but I think I'm catching the big things at least. Or at least catching mistakes made during play. During play, now bring back the previously subsequent mistakes have no effect other than incrementing the mistakes counter. Okay. Pressing the R key during yeah, that's good. The tutorial didn't change other than graphically it didn't change. I did update the functionality to work in the back the way whatever. What else? What else changed? I mean, this is kind of like you can practice while you're waiting for a match, which is kind of cool. Like, I'm waiting for a match right now, but I'm practicing. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I updated that button there. I don't really care about adding something like that on there. Change the button color after a practice match to match the button that matches the color of the practice button on the main menu. That's not a big deal though. But anyway. Question, what am I allowed to do in terms of malicious BS? I won't inject anything to your server. Yeah, it's kind of a good question, Weemy. I don't know what I want to do about that. I mean, I'm curious about what the limits are. I mean, what are the potential malicious things that could happen? It's kind of part of my question. I mean, I would say let me know if there's something that you found that can spam connections if you want. That would be kind of interesting to see, So I would say, we could probably, yeah, it'd be cool to maybe see that. If you want to give that a shot, I would say go for it. Because I really do kind of want to know that myself. All right, so I think I've got our change log pretty much complete here for right now. It's good enough. I don't want to add too much more than this. Obviously, I could be way more specific about things, but I'm going to post this on the Discord right now. All right. How do we do? Okay, so we do that and that. Okay, open 2.0. All right, just making a little post here. Let's see, Populus multiplayer is live now. Populus one. Okay. Trying to think of English words to put on this. Populus multipliers lab now. There we go. How do I link to another? How do I? How do I link to like another channel here? Oh, pound. The pound. That's right. Okay, pound. Cool. All right. Nice. All right, I'm going to delete this. Don't save. We don't need that text file anymore here. There we go. All right. Okay, so now I kind of want to look at the Trello and start thinking about potentially hey, have we dropped any frames? No dropped frames. Wow, that is amazing. No drop frames. I love it. That feels great. 0 drop frames makes me feel better than actually having the Populus multiplayer live, to be honest. All right, so is Codico, are you still around? I wanted to ask you about it. It looked like you were doing the, and I think maybe you said you responded to that in the chat, but I saw that you were doing the like a randomly generated username kind of thing, like a temp username. Just curious how you were implementing that, because I think I'm going to be doing something like that myself. All right, so I guess some of the important things would be like handling, where is, I'll open up this browser here. There we go. Somebody's playing. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. Somebody's playing there. I'm going to beat him. Oh, beat him with a couple pops here. All right. Okay. Sorry, just trying to do too many things at once here. New main update. Oh, yeah, we did that. Whoops, I never finished this thing. Okay. All right, so we're done with this one. All right, so at this point now, I want to kind of create our list of like to-do things that are somewhat more important. Hope somebody joined. All right, I'm gonna go all out here. I'm gonna see how fast I can go right now. Sorry, I'm not meaning to stomp on whoever this is, but I just wanted to try to play a fast one here. Oh, this isn't gonna be terribly fast, but all right. Me. Are all WebSocket connections actually closing? What do you mean by actually closing? Like the server, yeah, the server forgets them when they're closed, if that's what you mean. Like, is the memory gonna fill up, is what you're saying? I mean, Drogos. What's going on, Drogos? That's someone, and hi. Who's that someone? The emit close command or disconnect, maybe it's called. Oh, the someone you just played against. Nori's Drogo. Sorry, I didn't mean to stomp you. All right. No worries. Yeah, I am. Again, I'm the second. I'm in second place. Populus player in the world. It's top. What am I trying to say? The top number 2. I'm the number 2 Populus player in the world of 3 total Populus players. Of 3, but I'm just kidding. I say that to be funny. But Colin said before in the chat that he shared this with a Osu streamer. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe some Osu players try this, because again, the top Populus player in the world, did I say that right? The top Populus player in the world right now is an Osu player. So it'll be interesting to see how far they take it. All right, so all right, I'm just gonna keep. I don't remember how big the screen can be. We'll do it kind of small like that. All right, so I'm going to continue to update some of our tasks here. So we've already got some existing things. Update button text once decided. Okay, yeah, that's still kind of a thing I want to do. That's not really a big important thing. Test multiplayer with high latency connections. That's something I kind of want to do myself. I mean, we kind of just did a little bit of that right now, but I still kind of want to review that myself. The people in Europe, etc. Fix bubble. Okay, so research. I'm going to start to move these other tasks out of this future to do thing here. So fix bubble, hover outline. This one's a little more future. I'm not going to worry about that so much. Wait, how do I actually, there we go. Make bubble pop, cursor indicator, implement generic unit system. Okay, that might be kind of, this one would be nice to fix. I think this one could be pretty quick. This fixed request animation frame pausing when switching tabs. So basically just the way request animation frame works, which is the function we're using to kind of set up the game loop. Basically that pauses when you switch tabs, when you switch tabs or minimize the window or whatever. So basically the only thing that suffers from this issue is our timer, because our timer ends up, our like sidebar timer, hourglass, whatever I call it. Yell at me if weird stuff is happening over there. No worries, Weemy. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'm seeing a bunch of connections, that's for sure. Our heap is going up. Our CPU usage is still low. So somebody play me in a game real quick here. I mean, I guess I could join myself, but somebody should play me. I'm seeing a lot of connections, Weemy, that's for sure. Memory usage is not going up that much right now. Well, can I take it to the next level? Yeah, and let's, okay, so hang on one second before you do. Let me play myself. Let me play myself the way it's going right now. So I don't really mean play myself, but I'm going to play on this one. So I found a opponent. Yeah, it still feels fine. I'm noticing that this is updating pretty quickly with that. Nice. The match ended. All right, Weemy. It seems stable despite 200 plus connections. Yeah, so I don't know how it would be with 200 plus games. But 200 plus connections, yeah, it seems fine. Let's try again. I'll just keep going. I see that you still keep adding connections and connections. I can fix that. Well, they all closed all at once there. It looks like. Yeah, so I like that. We've got, you know. Yeah, and I wonder how, so like what you're doing, Weemy, I like wonder how I could limit that. Because, or how I should limit that. Because obviously what you're doing, like, and at the rate, at the scale you did it just now, like it's fine. You know, obviously, if that many people were playing games, that would be a different story. But you're giving me some ideas for some things to change, I think, for sure. Just thinking about that. Which is good. All right, I'm going to take a quick BRB here. Yeah, I set it to 1 second interval, not to crash stuff. Yeah, right. Like, yeah, you could easily, obviously, take it away from 1 second and really do some crazy stuff. All right, I'm going to be right back. All right, we are back. Me, I fear that my own system might crash before your server. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like how I would potentially limit like what you're doing. Like maybe I might have to like look at like an IP based thing and say like if we get too many connections from one IP, you know, like again, this is kind of a thresholdy kind of thing. Like how many are good enough? Like is 20 fine? You know, like supposedly, you know, you could have 20 people in the same room all on LAN and they're all playing Populus together. And then maybe do we, you know, like obviously that's kind of a ridiculous thing, but do we like limit the amount of connections per IP or something like that we see? Yeah, but where's that limit? Like 150? If a school finds it, you might get 1K connections per one IP. That's a good point, Drogos. If in some parallel crazy universe, some people were to actually play this game. Yeah, that's a good point. Might be some other things to look at, some other pieces of data to look at about that. Maybe I'd set up like some logging or something. Or some like alerting kinds of things. Like, hey, a bunch of connections from this IP. One thing to look at would be like connections versus like actually people playing the game too, maybe. And right now I don't have any like away from keyboard detection. I claim this name. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So if you're new, I claim this name. We're working on my game Populus. I'm not exactly working on it right now. I mean, we are, but we're talking about it. Because we just launched Populus multiplayer. So Populus, what is it? It's a game where you pop bubbles. You see how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. So basically, I'm here on populus.gg right now. Throw that down there in the chat. Basically, you're trying to see how many bubbles you can pop, and you pop them. You pop whatever bubble matches this color on the side here, so it's yellow. And then as we pop, you can see that those colors are changing. So to pop a bubble, you hover your mouse over it, and you left click or hit the space bar, and just see how many bubbles you can do. You got 30 seconds. That timer bar was on the side there, ticking down. So I got 6 in 30 seconds, and I had 4 mistakes. And we just added multiplayer. So if there's the play and practice buttons now on the main page, and if you hit play, you go to this little finding opponent screen, and you could just go jump into a practice while you were waiting for an opponent or something. But then if somebody connects, there we go. We got an opponent found right there. So then, obviously, whoever's playing there right now, they're ticking ahead. So the red dot is moving. They made a mistake there. They're moving up. And then if I start to pop some bubbles, then it's going to show the red dot. My position's kind of represented by the black dot here. Your position, right? So like whoever's playing this is seeing like the inverse. They're seeing the red dot on this side, kind of signifying that I'm way ahead of the red dot kind of thing. So let's see if I can kind of catch up here a little bit. Maybe. A little bit. At least I got within 20 there. And then at the end there, you see your stats in blue and then your opponent's stats in red. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. So, again, the multiplayer, we just went live with it this Saturday. So, I'm kind of working on what my next tasks are going to be. So, oh, All right, we're back into another game. I claim. Am I playing you right now? I claim this name. In fact, I claim this name. I claim is familiar. Have you been on Weemee's stream? I was playing before, but not this one. Oh, okay. All right, we're playing somebody else. Oh, they're way ahead of me here. All right, I'm catching up. I'm going to catch up here. Oh! Not in time. All right. Somebody beat me by 20 bubbles there, at least. Nice. 49. I like it. I like it. All right. So I'm just kind of on, well, people are going to keep playing here, so. Yeah, so right now I'm just kind of cataloging the new tasks that I want to, the new things I want to take care of. So we've already got some to-do, whoa. So we've already got some to-dos here. That things that include colorblind mode, so Weemee can actually play instead of just breaking. Yes, I claim. I remember you now from Weemee's stream. I'm pretty sure. I claim. It was Weemee's stream, right? I assume that's what your yes was for. So, yeah, I'm really just, at this point, like, most of my focus, the only, like, extra, I mean, aside from, like, our kind of refresh of the gameplay, I modified how the gameplay works. Aside from that, we didn't really add anything. Aside from that little refresh of the gameplay and the multiplayer, we didn't really add any new features other than the R key now for practice mode. So, like, if you're doing a practice and you make a mistake and you're like, I just want a quick reset, you can hit the R key and then it does like a quicker countdown timer. Because otherwise you'd have to like do this, then go here and then click practice again. So instead of that, or just straight up refreshing the page and then you hit practice again, that's all obviously another thing. So whoa. Oh boy. Ah, okay. Yeah. Okay. What was I saying? I don't know what I was saying. All right. Oh, we're already in another game. Hey, I just noticed the opponent found text is not, Somebody's really moving along here nicely. We got to have some sort of username thing here. I really feel that would be necessary. And I don't really want to have user accounts, but Drogos, create a game ID, play against game ID, watch game with that ID. Those would be cool, but you probably already thought about that. Actually, Drogos, I hadn't actually thought about that. I love it. I really like it. Yeah, because you could really ensure that might be a little bit more down the road because I'm going to add that to the future to-dos. So we'll say like public game IDs. Call this like public game ID ID sharing. All right, so we got public game ID sharing. Add the ability, let's just add a little description here. Add the ability for a player to create a game with an ID to share with another person. I like it. Yeah, which is kind of the way that, we got to follow there. Drogos, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, I really do like that idea, because that's kind of how What's It Called works, right? The big game that everybody plays right now, Among Us, right? Like, you can get an ID. I've only played Among Us like once or twice. But, yeah, and it creates like a little 6-digit ID or something like that. Tuxie, what's up with you guys in the underscores? The double underscores at the end. I like it. Tuxie. What's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. No clue. I play Worm online, and therefore I have no time for other games. Nice. Nice. Drogos brought me here. Oh, man. My mouse is wigging out here. I need a new mouse, you know? I've had this thing since... It's a sweet mouse. This is the Logitech G600S? 700S. I really like it, but it's really old now. When did I get this? 2013, maybe? Probably 2013, so this mouse is coming up on 8 years old. It's still solid. It's wireless. I kind of want to try a wired mouse for first-person shooters and stuff and not have like a battery. Yeah, so add the ability for a player to create a game with an ID and share with another person. I love that. And that would actually be pretty easy to do. That'd be like a relatively easy thing. I'm not going to worry about it right now, because that would be a little more important once there's more people playing. You know, like right now, not really a ton of people are necessarily going to be playing. And hopefully, you know, maybe some more people kind of play the game and enjoy it, check it out. I don't know. But, yeah, Tuxie, yeah, we're, in case I guess you're new. I mean, maybe you've been lurking for a little bit. I don't know. Obviously, you came, Drogos brought you over. Wait, did I get it? Did I say? Yeah, Drogos, right. But, yeah, we're working on my game. It's called Populus. We just went live with multiplayer. What happened to my... Okay. Did you get your SEO in order? No, not really. Not really. I don't really know. I need to figure out how I'm going to do it, because I need kind of like some H1s and stuff like that and stuff, you know, and I don't have any of that, because basically it's nothing about this page is like a traditional web page at all. It's a canvas, and all these things, none of these things are like actual text elements, you know, like HTML elements. They're just text drawn on a canvas. The only thing that's text are these links. So like if you Google search Populus GG, it comes up, but then it just shows like the Discord and Twitch links, and it like just looks weird. It doesn't look like a good like a nice web page. So, and you kind of have to search like Populus space GG to get like a Google search result kind of for it, is what I found. I haven't even honestly looked at it in a while. If we just do Populus. Yeah, if you do like Populus GG, it comes up, but then it looks awful. The Google thing looks awful. It just shows Discord and Twitch, because that's the only HTML, like readable HTML on the page. So, yeah, gotta figure out how I'm gonna do that better. Yeah. Well, so kind of top big level thing. I got a million things going on in my head right now. But now that multiplayer is there and live and existing and people can play it, my goal is to just make the user experience better, add things like usernames. I don't necessarily want to add like a login or something, but like the way like Slither, I'm not even the best. The way like Slitherio works, Slither.io, you punch in a nickname and then you play. Like you type in a name and you play. And that's it. And they don't use HTTPS either. Hey, look at that. And they've got some other options, whatever. But you type in your name and you play the game. And like I kind of like that. You know, obviously doing some sort of filtering names. You know, I don't want people to be able to punch in all sorts of bad things. Just add a description tag. Google might choose to show that in the result text. Whoops. But just might. They do what they randomly do. Yeah. So that's a good add a description tag. That's a good tip. I will do that. Yeah, because the other thing is like, how do I add tags without? How do I add tags without like stuff I don't want to show? I mean, I guess obviously, like you said, a description tag, that would probably be good. And like the links are fine. Those are on the page, but I don't want to have like H1s or something. Like I don't want anything. All the text needs to be on the, like if I have an H1, it would be hidden. Codico also add HTTPS. Yeah, actually I did Codico. I don't know if you were around when I told that story. Like I added it, but and I got a certificate and everything, you know, whatever. It was great. And I had the redirects and stuff set up too. So if you went to HTTP, it would redirect you to HTTPS. Beautiful, fantastic. But my WebSocket data is unencrypted. So Chrome, as soon as I did the HTTPS first, and then as soon as I put the server out live, it started, you know, the browsers start complaining about, you know, having that data not being encrypted. So actually that's a task I need to add. That's a task I need to add. So let's throw that over to the. Well, Slitherio is not encrypted. So what's the deal here? Shares. Slitherio uses sharing things. Share on Facebook. Share on Twitter. I don't know many other online games to reference. Okay. Do you have management for that server? Do you have management for the server? Just should out if you want. I have a VP. The server's VPS, so I've got full control over it. If that's what you're saying, and like I was saying, I'm using Nginx, so I already set up a cert and everything. With OMG, it resets to HTTP. You just tried Oh, Slitherio has HTTPS too, and it redirects back to HTTP. Yeah. So actually, I don't have that set up right now. So if you go to HTTPS right now, you're gonna get the Nginx fart page or whatever. I didn't set that. I didn't even think about that. I didn't have that set up. But I don't really care. I don't care at this point. But yeah, I just need to get the WebSocket stuff configured with encryption. So that's kind of the only thing. Okay, if you use Nginx, there's no issue getting certificate for WS. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I'm not using, the thing is I'm not using, I wasn't sure about if I was going to use, right now I'm not using Nginx with the WebSocket portion. Because I thought that was maybe going to be extra latency, but I don't know. So Nginx is doing the HTTP, but not the WS right now. Maybe I've shared too much information. Whoops. What happened there? All right, so I need to add. There is extra. Anything you add in is extra, but it is not bad. Yeah, I was reading like a little guide on it, like using, using Nginx as a proxy for WebSockets, and I was just like, I just, was like, it's just going to be extra overhead because Node.js is going to be doing the same thing it's doing as it is right now. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, so I got to kind of figure out what I need to do with SSL or with encryption for that. I don't want to say SSL or TLS anymore. I should just say encryption. How about that? Anyway, okay, so yeah, let's add a little encryption, figure out encryption card here on the Trello. Let's do that. Let's get another game going here. So if anybody joins, I'll be in a match with them. All right, so I just have my public Trello right here, so I edit the Trello on the other page. That's kind of what's going on. Okay, so future figure out encryption. I do want to have it. I mean, it's an SEO thing too. Like Google, does better. I was reading that Google kind of prefers HTTPS or will give you a little more priority thing and stuff, which is nice. So I'm not going to put any extra description on that. Yeah. So what else? What else do we need? Oh, we're playing. All right, I just noticed that the opponent found seems out of, I'm going to add the card for that. All right, I got to come back here and play. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, it feels so much better now with the, you know what I want? I want like a GG button. What about like a GG button? Like I could say GG, or if you're ticked, you can say not GG. And you could click the GG button and it'll fire off a little GG message to the other player, and then they'll see like that you gave them the good game. Oh, let's see here. Drogos, yeah, we do that at work. One pro is that you get it all on one port, so users that behind networks with few open ports can still play. Like you're saying you do WebSockets, you're saying WebSocket or Nginx as a proxy for WebSockets is what you're saying, Drogos, there? I went with a 15-second head start, Kodako. No worries, no worries. Yes, okay. So you're saying one pro is that you get it all on one port so that users behind networks, few open ports, can still play. Users that behind networks. I don't know exactly what you mean there. Like somebody who's on the same network as the server. I guess you are running WS on a different port. Yes. Yes. With a few open ports can still play. With few open ports can still play. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. Because a firewall, yeah, so, okay, so a player's they're on a network with a firewall. They're only going to allow, I gotcha. Yes, I see what you're saying now. Some networks only have port 80 and 443 open. Yes, I got you. Totally got you now. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, so maybe I'll look into that. I might look into that. Oh, I just remembered one thing. This is a big one. Right now, there's like no notification if the server is offline at all. Like if you connect, okay, so I've got my dev. Here's my dev one right now. So I'm connecting to localhost. Let's kill the server on my dev server. And then if we refresh, nothing. Basically, we'll get an error in the console that it couldn't connect to WS or the WebSocket server. But I can hit the play button and it still goes to finding an opponent. But it would just sit here forever, for all eternity. Which I like that, you know, I like having the game just like continue without this nasty like halting feeling to the user experience, which is good. But it'd be, I don't know if, it'd be nice to have some sort of thing, like maybe a little notification that says like, the server's down, but you can still practice or something. Like the server's down or the connection to the server, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to think of ahead for any like points of failure. Like if the server reboots, it'll come back really quickly. You know, if I were to reboot the server and somebody happened to go to the website, populus.gg, and if at that exact moment I happened to reboot the server physically, like the whole machine, it would come back. And then, you know, obviously this player would still be sitting there with like their WebSocket connection. So if they hit play, ooh, actually that reminds me. Let's see what happens if I do this. So let's bring back the server. Let's do this. All right, then let's kill the server. So the player still thinks we're, okay, so that's still fine, but we're gonna get an error. Yeah, WebSocket is already closing or closed state. So we have nothing on the client side to like smooth out that process. Which that's something I need to kind of figure out exactly how I want to handle. I'm gonna get screwed up from all my tabs here. All right, I'm ready for a match if anyone else is ready. I used the stream tag, playing with viewers, or whatever. What is it called? Playing with viewers. That's the name of the stream tag. I got it. All right. Opponent found. All right, hang on. I'm not ready yet. Oh, I am. All right, they're getting too far ahead here. Oh! I have a good idea. Well, I don't know if it's a good idea, but I've got, man, this is so cool. Now that multiplayer is done, I mean, aside from the fact that I'm actually playing another human on some other part of the world right now, that feels pretty good. Feels pretty good to have that. I will be honest. Kodako, it must feel good to have, you know, your leaderboards and stuff set up, and I can imagine you and I are kind of the inverse right now. You've got the leaderboards, I have the multiplayer. I need the leaderboards now, and you need the multiplayer. But yes, I'm gonna start on multiplayer. Nice. Were you streaming this weekend, Kodako? Because I was kind of around, but I have to deal with cheating first. Yeah, I got you. Wonderful. Thanks for the raid. How come it's not showing the little message on the thing with the raid? Wonderful. It's good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, my one speaker's off. Sorry. Just unmuting my speakers. Wonderful. The Populus multiplayer is live right now. So populus.gg. Oh, hang on a second here. Yeah, Wonderful does have a cool emote. I like that. It's nice. It's very nice art. And I claim you stream. I see you got an I claim high there. I like it. So welcome, Wonderful's viewers. We're working on my game Populus right now. It's a game where you pop bubbles. And we got multiplayer live. That's kind of the big thing. Retro's back. Good to see you, Retro. Yeah, I guess, Retro, were you at the BK drive-thru again? Is that what was going on? We were both streaming from the Burger King drive-thru. I wish. Nice. Wonderful. I'm glad the rework went well. Thanks. Yeah, so the multiplayer is live. We're on populus.gg. I keep getting derailed. My mind is all over the place this morning. There's too many things going on. But yeah, I mean, if you go to populus.gg right now, throw it down in there in the chat for anyone new hanging out. Play. I always type the wrong command. It's game. I need to have that play. I need to have that bang play do something too. Anyway, populus.gg. I'm starting to like these colors less and less, the main menu, but hey, that's something we got to deal with when we get to it. But it's a game where you pop bubbles. If you hit play, it gets you ready to play a one-on-one match. So somebody just played me, somebody just joined their opponent found, and then basically you pop the bubbles as fast as you can in 30 seconds. And then as soon as that other player starts popping bubbles, we'll see the little red dot move. So like as they pop, the red dot will be moving. They're not popping any bubbles right now. But basically, you pop the bubble that matches the color in this position up here. So you hover over this green bubble here, and you either left click or press the space bar. So you do that, and then you just keep going. You see how many bubbles you can get in 30 seconds. And with the multiplayer, with the one-on-one, basically, you're popping like your own. You're popping the same bubbles, the same color, sizes, positions, but you're popping them like at your own pace. So it's a level playing field in that you'll be playing the exact same, popping the exact same bubbles as the other player. But yeah. Drogos, can I paste a link here? Maybe an example Nginx config. Yeah, for sure, Drogos. Do it. Weemy, I'm getting so many errors right now. Are you trying to break more stuff? I just beat somebody who didn't play at all, so. All right, I'm checking that Nginx config right now. Proxy pass. Okay. HTTP upgrade. Yeah, I've seen the stuff with the HTTP upgrade, but I've never actually like looked into what it was. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you for that, Drogos. Thank you for that. Is Weemy breaking things right now? I'm looking at the server logs and Here's the server logs, and they're going crazy. Bubbles pop. Weems don't break everything. We're only at 2% CPU, Weemy, so you can do better than that to break it, for sure. Retro MMO, can't even see this color. the cyan one, you're saying? You can't even tell? Oh, it's on. All right, Weemy is... Oh, it broke. It broke. All right. Look at that. Burp, burp, burp. All right, hang on one sec before you try to break it again. Let's see. Let's see what broke it. Hang on, some individuals can connect, but before you slam it, Weemy, I want to see what this error is here. WebSocket is not open. All right, what did we try doing here? Player player this WS connection is closed with code. Here, WebSocket is not open. Oh, okay. So we closed a WebSocket. Or no. We tried to, oh, here we go. Match.endMatch. All right, so anybody who was in the middle, the server reboots instantly, so the server is down. It should be. Yeah, the server comes back right away, but if you're as I was just saying, so I'm playing somebody right now. Somebody's just not popping any bubbles. Had to clip it. All right, somebody's playing. Somebody's playing here. They're getting a little bit ahead of me here. All right. Okay, so we tried to end a match. So this is good. I'm glad we're getting this. We did match.endMatch. You know what? You know what I need to do? I could fix this just by doing a anytime I talk to the WebSocket, we just need to check the state of it. That's would fix this. So that's a nice. I beat the dev. Was that you? That was you, Retro? Dang it. Or who did? Oh. Oh, okay. Nice. All right, sorry. I'm getting all confused here with the chat. Sorry, guys. I'm kind of slow when it comes to reading the chat. Yeah, well, okay, so I want to handle that's what I was starting to create a Trello card for, was handling if the server is down. So in this case, that we did one thing, so that the server tried to, yeah, and already, I probably should have already fixed it. This is just bad on me that this thing would be allowed to happen. Oops. Oh, we're back. Okay. Sometimes if this screen breaks. All right, so yeah, so basically I could fix this issue if let's see. I just want to see if I can trace these usernames here. Oh, here it is. Here it is, right here. Okay, so at the same time that the match ended, this player closed their WebSocket connection. So ECZIJONI, which would have been one of the Weemy ones. WS connection closed with 1001, so that's the browser close code or whatever, the browser, the client, whatever that error code is. So that's good. But then the match ended right here. So then we see that ECZ, blah, 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 blah. So this match ended, and then it tried to send the match end down this pipe here to this WebSocket, this player, which was already closed. So that's why we're getting this WebSocket is not open, ready state 2. So with whatever Weemy was doing to automate breaking those things, or to automate spawning a bunch of connections and then closing them, just in that thing where we got these two identical timestamps where we closed the connection and then the match ended, we tried to talk to a WebSocket connection that was already closed. So basically I need to be doing, I want to look at this just right now. I don't need to fix it at this exact moment because that wouldn't really happen in the wild, unless it would only happen, I think. It wouldn't happen with people playing the game correctly. Let's just put it that way. But people don't play the game correctly. Now do they, Weemy? No, I do appreciate Weemy actually screwing around with things. I really do. Because obviously he just helped me find a crash. Helped me find a crash. That's great. I wouldn't happen naturally, no. Yeah, like what we just did, or what happened here, because basically since these both happened obviously in the same millisecond here. Now, Weemy, did you do that is what Trello is for, collecting the stuff to do later. Exactly. We are stocking the bucket up of stuff. Weemy, would you, I mean, I assume you'll share the code with me that you were running to do this, because I'd be curious if what I'm saying, you know that what you're doing here, like you're closing the game, you were closing a game. I don't want to try scrolling in this thing, but you did. This connection closed at the same time. Or now, wait a minute though. Where's the match ended? Hang on, I need to up, down, mouse to scroll. All right, this window's a little annoying. There we go. All right, just make this bigger. Okay. Okay, so I wanna trace this again here. So, okay, the match ended here. We see E. Or wait a minute. Okay, they closed the connection, then the match ended. Now, that should have been fine because WebSocket is not open. End match. Let me screen grab this for right now. All right, so I want to do, okay, so we've got, but then this match ended after 6. All right, hang on. I gotta be right back here. Quick bathroom break. Sorry. Be right back. All right, here we are. We're back. All right, so again, anyone who's I'm showing the server logs here on screen, but none of this stuff is private information. There's these user IDs here, but these are just actually the user IDs exist just for logging, just for me being able to keep track of things, just for viewing. So this is not your user ID that gets saved into a database or something. There is no database right now. Basically, when you connect to populus.gg, a random ID gets created just for that, your WebSocket connection while you're around. And that's pretty much it. So again, I'm trying to look at... So we had a server crash here, and we're showing that's what this red thing is. And basically, we tried to talk to a WebSocket that was already closed, or it was in closing state. So this player here is the one, I believe, that caused the problem. So ECZIJONI 6... WS connection closed, but in that same time, so we got the timestamp here, in that same time the match ended. Now actually, that's in theory correct, because if I quit, if I play a game here, and then if I quit, so I go play, oh, this one needs to be refreshed. Yeah, see, that's a problem right there. Play, opponent found, and then 3, 2, 1, we start a game, and then I quit. We actually see, okay, we see the connection, the WebSocket closed for this player. And then a millisecond later, in this case, the match ended. So... And maybe what's actually happening is the other player's WebSocket was already closed. So can I make this even bigger? The scrolling in this thing doesn't work very well, unfortunately. Okay, so maybe both of these players closed at the exact same time, because all of these, WeMe fired all of these off. Or it was closing. The connection was closing. So that could be, because we're in ready state 2 here, closing, when we tried to talk to the WebSocket. So... one player triggered the end match, and the other player's WebSocket was also probably disconnecting at the exact same time. So we should just ignore that if that were to happen. Like on the server side, we do a check. Yeah, ws.send. I guess we do a search on the server code for ws.send. Ooh. Sweet. Okay, so maybe we just create a new little function, and anytime we send some data, we just do a little check. We wrap all of these WebSocket.send calls here into a new little function, and then we just do a check. We just check the state. We make sure that WebSocket is open right before we send the data. And then in the, because in theory, this could occur in the wild if there was like the message sent and that other player just quit right in that, like in that instant. Theoretically, that could happen. So there is a little possibility of us having this issue occur in the wild without straight up malicious, not malicious, but wacky things that Weemy is doing. So yes, so we should wrap these WebSocket sends into a little thing, into a little function that does a check to say send, check if the WebSocket is open before sending. That would be good. So let's make that, let's add that to the Trello. Let's do it right now. Nope. Oh. All right. So all right, wait, I was adding something else. So opponent found message isn't centered. I want to look more into that. Labels, UX, UI. All right, so I just added this one. The opponent found message isn't centered. It doesn't look centered up on screen. Wait. Actually, I have a... Okay, so let's... Actually, I think I know what it is. I think it is centered up on screen. I think it's... Oh, this is my... I have my dev version open there. All right. Oh, I didn't pay attention that time. Finding opponent. That totally is... Wait a minute. Is it centered? How could it not be centered? All right, I'm doing a bunch of like games and then quitting. Oh, wait. Well, I did it wrong. Cancel. We go here. So look at where the opponent text appears. So this looks centered, right? And when I do this, look at that. It's like way off to the side. Yeah, all right. So I'll look into that later. Opponent found messages in center. We're going to keep that. So I will look into that. All right. So so the big one is the big one right now is check if WebWS is open before sending data. So this, adding this one right down here. Sending data to WS client. That's not when the WS connection isn't open. Or we say when the WS isn't open. Results in a crash. All right, so cool. We got that. The other thing I wanted to do was the, so this is good. Weemy, did you figure it out? Well, the only thing I can see, like without digging into the logs further, oh, now I can't see it from here, but I think what happened was, so like if you quit a match, so what I could see was the match was being quit by the one player really quickly. Well, now wait a minute. Where's my screen grab here? Oh yeah. Okay. So if one player quits a match, it sends a message to the other player that the opponent quit, that your opponent quit. So like if we go, so that way it can kind of nicely give you this message. Like if I do, so I got a game going between these two browsers. And then if I quit on this one, this guy will see opponent quit, right? Opponent quit. So the thing is, I think you maybe closed both of the connections at the same time, probably. So the fact that they both closed in that same like instance, the one was closed, and then the other one, the server tried to send the message to the other one to say, hey, your opponent quit. And that's what threw the crash. So I think just a simple check, all I need to really do is just anytime I send on server side, anytime I send data to the clients, I just need to do a check if the WebSocket connection is open, right, in that instance, and then we'll be fine. So it should be a pretty straightforward fix. And like I was saying, I don't think this would really happen in the wild, although in theory it could. Like if both players just happen to quit at that exact same moment and all the packets got to the server at that exact precise moment, we could run into an issue like that. But I added a little Trello task for that. But Drogos, yeah, the ellipsis makes it hard to judge. Yeah, you're talking about the centering of the text, I guess, right? Well, one player is two players, and then they battle each other. So when gotcha, Weemy. Yeah, so you're like directly simulating two players like together in the same game quitting like at the exact same moment. Yeah. So you're doing it a bad way, a malicious way in that sense, so that we're simulating that nasty thing. But hey, it exposed a server crash for us, and I should have already been doing what I've said I should have done anyway. Is like, have that exact thing, and that'd be a good thing to log. That'd be a really nice thing to log, and then like print in the log, like anytime the server tries to send data to a WebSocket connection that's already closed, like that's kind of a little weird, right? So we could log that. I like it. Let me add that to the Trello description there too. So I'm going to add sending WS to results in a crash. Let's have a thing here that says sending data to WS client results. All right, so let's add, would be nice to wrap that check in a function and also log if the server is trying to send data to a closed WS. Okay. So I just beefed this up. Would be nice to wrap that check in a function and also log if the server is trying to send data to a closed, oops, I should say closed, to a closed WebSocket. Yeah, because the server really shouldn't ever need to send data to a closed WebSocket unless in this extreme edge case or if Weemy's trying to break the game. All right, so what was the other thing I was going to add? Yeah, let's add also client Is Codico still around? Codico, I know you mentioned you were going to look into, you know, figuring out some cheating and everything. Codico's there. I was just asking, what are your thoughts so far on like handling cheating for Speed Typer? Just curious. All right, so I'm making a new card now for browser needs to handle closed WS connections. Bad or, you know, closed connection with the server, let's say. All right, so this way we can prevent any weird like. All right, so browser needs to handle closed connection with the server. Basically, if somebody were to go to populus.gg and they get the static web pages served to them, but the WebSocket server's down or something, like what am I going to say? How am I going to notify that the server's down, right? Because if you click play, should it say that the server's down? So for example, if I kill my dev server's already dead. So if I'm in, oh my goodness, I should use my other window. We'll keep the Trello open here. All right, this is the one I want. So we go over my dev server. I know it looks identical to populus.gg, but we're going to my dev server tab right here. So if we're here, the server's down. My dev server's not running. So like immediately we get this, you know, WebSocket connection failed, right? Which is great. So basically I just need to handle these and like show a message or something right away, like the server's down or whatever. And like, it'd be nice to maybe have some sort of like potential reloads or something, or potential like retries to connect to the server. I think that would maybe even be more cool. So like, you know, maybe there's like a little thing here. Oh, not connected to the server message or something that pops up. Like maybe we could just have some sort of element that's like, one, I'm going to insert invisible spans in secret places in order to make bots fail and send in undefined. Nice. I already have a hard cap on words per minute. Maybe add something about certain keys taking longer than other keys, IDK. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, that your first one there is kind of interesting. Insert invisible spans in secret places in order to make bots fail and send in undefined. Yeah, I like it. You could do invisible circles maybe. Well, yeah, I already have in place, you know, like some basic rate limiting that would just close a WebSocket if you tried to send too many things down the one WebSocket. Yeah, I still have kind of some consideration to what one of the things I was thinking of doing was potentially sending I probably have to do some kind of server-side analysis too. Yeah, that's what I have kind of in place to do and to screw around with. I want to look at what it looks like to play. I already did kind of set up a CSV logging thing where I log like all the mouse movements going up to the server. I mean, so I could do just some kind of CAPTCHA kind of based thing where it's kind of like looking at like what, you know, if you like are too efficient, like if you are instantly just like popping all the bubbles like dead center, like that could be like a flag, you know, that it's cheating, like because no human could center up and click the dead center of the radius and then move perfectly in a straight line to the next bubble and click the dead center of the next bubble, you know? Like that could just be some obvious kinds of things. Yeah, but I don't want to make a CAPTCHA. I'll be back later. No worries, Weemy. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all you've been doing, because you really helped me find a thing I should have already had fixed, to be honest. I should have already had implemented, to be honest. Like, that's just me, just, you know, I don't know. But we're learning. That's the whole point of this, is I'm just figuring out what the heck's going on, because I really have no idea. Really have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, I mean, like, in some ways, there's not really going to be any, like, potential. There's not going to be a way to fully prevent bots, you know. In fact, I want to have good bots, potentially. You know, like, maybe if somebody's sitting at the finding opponent screen for 10 seconds or something. If somebody's, you know, sitting here for 10 seconds, then maybe a good bot connects and plays, right? I'm going to have a wall of shame where botters can compete against each other. That, actually, I've kind of thought about that. Like, I was kind of thinking, like, what if, like, how sick would well, you know, how sick would it be to have a game where it's more about, like, writing a bot out, a faster, like, better algorithm to play a game, you know? And, like, that's how you win. People love to see if they can cheat. Right. For sure. For sure. Also, we'll do simple cheat detection and shadow ban them. Yeah, I don't know about how I would ban things right now. I really don't know. I don't know, like, how, you know, because you wouldn't want to, like, ban an IP or something, but they think they're on the leaderboard and keep playing, but only for them. Nice. Nice. I have user accounts. That's right. You've got actual, like, user accounts now, which I didn't create one yet, but I need to. Let me add a nicer description for this, like, with my ideas that I have right now. So maybe a message when the server is down. A global sidebar message when the server is down. Reconnects. Let's see, like, all right. So I'm looking at, like, how can I handle, like, notifying the browser when the server is down? Because right now, if I switch over to my dev version, and we open the console, and, like, if the WebSocket server is not running, but the HTTP server is running right now on my dev server. So if I refresh, I get the web page, and then after a second, WebSocket connection failed, right? So my connection to my my machine, error connection refused. So how do what I'm thinking is, like, how do we, you know, if you go to the page and this were to happen, like, should it have, like, a little pop-up message or something that says connection to the server's down? Or should it just not say anything? And, like, should it attempt to reconnect is what I think I should do that. Like, do, like, a set interval, maybe, like, attempt to reconnect to the server on, like, an interval, right? And then, like, maybe you hit play, and then maybe does it say, like, server's down or something, like, if you do the public match or something, like, maybe you try to click it, and then if we're not connected to the server, maybe it just says, like, yeah. So that's kind of what I'm set interval tries to reconnect. try to reconnect. So I'm just kind of adding some bullet points here. Like a global sidebar message when the server is down. Like maybe that's something we want. Maybe we just want to try like a loop to reconnect to the server, like every 5 seconds, just try connecting to the server again, or 10 seconds or something like that. Because it'd be nice that if the browser were to go down, not having to force somebody to reload or something, or like not doing a location reload, like we don't really need to do any of that. I don't think. We can just try to reconnect to the WebSocket server, because you can still practice and everything. Like here I'm on my dev server, and obviously I'm not connected to the server. It's bad, but we can practice. Like we can still have that. So like it'd be nice to just say like, maybe if somebody tries to tries to click play when we're down, like maybe then we, whatever, I don't know. Like if the server goes down and somebody's in the middle of a game, that's another thing we need to handle. So like gracefully quit game, because right now if that were to happen, so like let's actually play a multiplayer game on LAN with my dev server. All right, this is way too big and stretched out. That's another task. Portrait mode graphics. That's another Trello task. So we'll handle that one in a second here. All right, so let's start the server. This is the dev server here. So let's refresh our browsers, and then let's join a game. And then that game's going, and then let's kill the server, right? So like maybe I rebooted the server while some people were in the middle of a match. And like the browser knows here, we're already closed. Oh, that's because we tried to send some mouse data. So now it's saying we're closed. And maybe we just gracefully, like maybe we show a message, connection to the server lost or something, right? So the game would end abruptly and just say connection to the server lost. Kind of like when an opponent quits. But right now, this will just sit here forever. The timer runs out because during a competitive game, the game does not do anything until it receives the end match message from the server. So obviously we're borked in that case. Like it would just sit there forever unless you canceled. But again, like the game's still fine. I could go and do a practice mode, whatever. Like I like the idea of the game still being like all up and running just fine without, for the client, even without the connection to the server. But obviously we need to handle like the game ending. Gracefully quit a game if the server goes down. Gracefully quit match if the server goes down mid-match. Okay. I like it. Whoa. I missed some stuff here. Blue Exabyte, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. By the way, you should totally post on Reddit when you feel ready. Thanks, Kodako. Yeah, I saw I think I saw that you said you were going to do that. I think I went and watched one of your videos that you said you were going to do that. And yeah, and I mean, I saw that you already have a bunch of people on the leaderboards already, so that's really cool, Kodako. But yeah, Blue, they're all from Reddit. Nice. Yeah, where did you post on Reddit? I've kind of followed like r/gamedev and like r/webdev. Okay, nice. Well, yeah, I guess in your case, it's a game, but you're not really necessarily catering to gamers. You're catering to web developers, I guess. Nice. Okay. Yeah, my goal was to post at some point. And now that the multiplayer's live, I think it is a little cooler to, I think maybe we might do a couple updates before I really push it out a little more publicly. Because right now, the only way I've mentioned anything about Populus is just through Twitch, right? So anybody hanging out, can go and try it. But yeah, we need to some better stuff going. But Blue, if you're still hanging out, the multiplayer's live for Populus now. So I quit there, but yes. So you can click play and it'll start waiting for an opponent, and yeah, we'll see if anybody connects up here. But yeah, basically now I'm just working on trying to find new tasks. There we go. All right. Maybe that's you, Blue. We're in a game here now. Oh boy. Made a few mistakes there already. Nice. Nice. Oh! Key presses don't come back. If you lose focus to the window, the key press doesn't do it. Nice. Good stuff. It was me. Nice, nice. Yeah, so I'm just kind of trying to come up with my next tasks now of what I want to do. Now that multiplayer's live, we got a big heap of stuff that we want to kind of add. But it's not anything that's like major or super crazy. Because I'm thinking now I might have probably weekly updates, weekly new versions of Populus. So yeah, that's so cool seeing the progress on projects. Yeah, it's for sure. You know, I like Twitch. Want to show the idea board. Yeah, so I got the Trello public. Yeah, Kodako's got it there. So yeah, Drogos suggested the idea of having like a public ID kind of thing. So like you can generate like a match ID or something and then share it with somebody, and then you could for sure ensure that you join both the same match. I really like that idea. I think that's a little more future, so I've got it in my future to-dos for right now. But this other stuff is a little more of like kind of some of it's more low-hanging fruit, some of it's more just UI weird stuff or kind of figuring out better things. But I'm gonna get something to eat and play some games. See you later. Hey, thanks, Kodako. I appreciate it. Cactus Man just found this. Oh, Let's Encrypt. I was using Let's Encrypt actually for the cert. Get free HTTPS. Nice. Nice. Yeah, no, I already was actually using Let's Encrypt, believe it or not. Or rather, they just posted. Yeah. So, yeah, I will definitely be revisiting the HTTPS stuff. And I guess, I don't know, like you, or what, wait, no, was that Drogos or Cactus Man now who said, I think it was Drogos, who shared the config for the proxy, yeah, the proxy, WebSocket proxy stuff. Blue, I need to do some propagated web dev soon. Feels like it would be fun to make a game using it. Nice, nice. Yeah, it is pretty fun. It is pretty fun. I mean, at this point, I'm not getting burnt out, but and my goal was never to really work on Populus for very long, not make it a huge project. Or like Yeah, obviously it's a stupid little game, you know. And like the gameplay stuff has been done for a long time. I've made one tweak with it basically since. But otherwise I haven't done like any actual like gameplay or game design. Really. I'm just doing a lot of the extra, the user interface kind of stuff, the server kind of stuff and everything. Like for some reason that already has 267 views. Guess Many was looking for that config at this very moment. Nice. Was that your screenshot or something that you? Oh. That was actually you pasted that paste bin, or that was something else, or that was just one you found. Yeah, I've been doing a lot more game design stuff, but I want to make a React project or something just for the experience. Gotcha. Yeah, and I don't know how, like, I mean, yeah, if you were doing a game that wasn't like super real-timey, like I think React, even the React tutorial used to be, maybe it still is, like the React tutorial on the Facebook page or whatever was actually a tic-tac-toe game or whatever, just for like their. Yeah, I just made it for you now on stream. Oh, nice. Yeah, I just refreshed that and saw it had a bunch of views, so that's nice. Very cool. Yeah, a bunch of people are looking for it, I guess. It wasn't me. I mean, I looked at it once, so, or twice now. I refreshed the page, so. Yeah, colorblindedness, that's kind of a big thing. Because I feel like that literally limits people from actually playing the game, just straight up. You know, a lot colorblindedness, especially in males, seems to be pretty common. So, pretty common thing from research and from general observation. And the amount of requests that you guys throw in the chat for colorblindedness is it's a lot. Yeah, I think adding a colorblind filter in the settings would be a good touch. Yeah, like my goal, Blue, is to like do a little research on it and then just see if like, and some people have already shared some links of like articles and stuff. But I'd like to see if maybe there's like a general, like my top level thing would be like, maybe I could just do a general like colorblind thing, catch-all kind of thing. And maybe that's not possible, but having like a colorblind catch-all that just prevents, makes it so, you know, anyone, you know, like it would just be applied the whole time, like no setting, no turning it on and off or kind of thing, turning it on off. Like just having the game work in a way that doesn't limit you based upon color blindness. And that might be like in the case of, that might be something simple, like instead of colors, like having, I mean, I like colors, but maybe having some sort of shape on top of that color, like a triangle here and then a square here or something. So like I could still do circle-based collisions for the mouse, because I wouldn't want to have like a triangle thing and like a square, like a hexagon, like that'd be a little weird. But maybe like a shape, maybe like a shape-based matching thing too could be a thing. You can try it in, okay, it's sort of like Valorant does. They just outline the player in different colors depending on how you want to do it. Nice. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of, I've seen games that have like, you go into the settings, the graphics settings or the gameplay settings, and you could pick your specific type of color blindedness, you know, and then you pick that filter, and then it filters just for that type of color blindedness, which is pretty cool. Somebody mentioned Trello has colorblind things, so can I turn that on right here in the public? If I click, no, maybe I can't. But I have to do it in my actual one here. But Yeah. Somebody said colorblindness in Trello is pretty cool. So we're in Trello. I could kind of just try that out and see, but you could try it in Chrome. Chrome has built-in filters so you can see how the page would look for all the different colorblind variants. Oh, that's pretty cool. Is that just, that's like straight up just built into normal Chrome? Like, that's pretty cool. You could add text to the tiles or even something so even if you played it black and white would be understandable. Yeah, exactly, Blue. Like that's kind of the thing too. Or like have the queue order number in the center. Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. Like, so it'd be you'd be kind of integer playing. Well, the thing is, I like the idea, and I might do some more gameplay tweaking things at some point, where right now, like, you could even play the game. There is a strategy you could do, and even being colorblind, you could overcome it, where I'll do it again here. I'll do a practice again here. Oh, by the way, I'll plug the new feature. The R key in a practice mode does a quick reset. Hit R, quick reset. And then the timer is like half the time as well. So you make, you know, you're doing just a practice. It doesn't work in the multiplayer mode because I didn't want people just like quickly resetting a practice, a multiplayer game. You know, I just thought there's not really a reason to quickly rage quit a multiplayer game. You know, like I want it to be as inconvenient as possible to rage quit. Which basically just means clicking X or whatever. But part of that was muscle memory. Like, so if I practice a bunch and I do a bunch of resets, I don't want to play a multiplayer game and then accidentally hit the R key and actually quit the match. That would be kind of dumb. So anyway, R key, quick resets, pretty cool. This is just for the practice single player mode, but it works. I like it. Oh, I remembered another thing to add. Hang on. Switch. I'm just like remembering all these things. Okay, we need to add bar countdown timer. Countdown timer needs a bar. Needs like a progress bar. All right, so the reason for that is because right now, just the 3, 2, 1 is hard to gauge the rhythm. I always spell gauge wrong. Gauge the rhythm. For some reason, I always put the U first in gauge. I don't know. I don't know why. Just the 3, 2, 1 is hard to gauge the timing rhythm. Oh, okay. All right. So what I just added there to the list was the 3, 2, 1. I want to have like a bar, like a little progress bar ticking down. 3, 2, 1. You know, like the timer bar is going down here, because I feel like the 3, 2, 1. It's like hard to gauge that exact moment that it happens, especially when you do it like quicker here. The quick reset does 3, 2, 1 at half the speed. So at 3, 2, 1. Oh, and we just saw another little issue there. Not issue, but see that? See how the black ring is short there, is really small there now? I already have the Trello for that. I already have a card for that. Basically, that black ring is like taking the radius of that. You know how all the bubbles like zoom in, kind of? They expand to their big size. So if your mouse cursor's over one already, it's going to take whatever that size is, and that's what the black ring will be sized at. So we can get it. We can probably... Oh, almost. There we go. So the black, you know, at the time that the mouse detected that it was over, or that the time that the bubble detected that the cursor was over it, it showed the black ring. It showed the black ring at the radius of whatever the bubble was at that exact time. So that's why we get this black ring being small there. So I want to fix that, because you see it every once in a while and it just looks weird. And, you know, it's not really necessarily a bug. Yeah, it's kind of a bug. It's kind of a bug. Blue, all right, man, I'm going to go grab some lunch with friends, but I'll leave you stream up my PC. Hey, thanks, Blue. I really appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, hope you get a good lunch. Speaking of lunch, it's already 1:30 p.m. my time. I might need some lunch here. I might need just a little snack to tide me over. Retro MMO, eat! Yes. Oops. Yeah, I probably will grab a little snack here in a minute. Drogos, if you open Dev Console and click Select Tools Rendering, you find at the bottom, you find that emulation. Yeah, let's check it out. Okay, Dev Tools Rendering. Oh, wait, no, not Dev Tools. Somebody brought the rendering thing up one time too, and I couldn't find it. Performance? No, that's always the network. Or no, it's not. No, it's not. That's the whole page performance. Next to the gear. Oh, the gear is the settings. Yes, this. There we go. Oh, now it's down here. Okay, nice. Paint flashing. Wait, highlights area. Well, this sounds interesting. Paint flashing. Highlights areas of the page. Green that need to be repainted. May not be suitable for people prone to photo. I like that. All right. Oh, frame rendering stats. Sick. Sick. I never actually knew that was there. 1M. Wait, what is that saying there? Yeah, when I do a resize, that's kind of like a pretty significant. That's a pretty significant heavy thing there. Oh, yeah, it's showing those is 760. Yeah, you know what that is? That's just Chrome. That's just straight up Chrome. That's not even like, let's just watch this. Guarantee you, I open this on. Watch this. Yeah, that's just Chrome being garbage. See that? That's not me. All these dropped frames, all this black, that's just Chrome. You see those black bar, see that black bar behind underneath the window? That's just Chrome can't keep up for whatever reason. So that's not the game. The game is fine. Like let's retry, let's play a practice here, right? Does it even show, I guess it doesn't show like CPU time or something. Our CPU time is like incredibly small, which I mean, it should be. It's just, this is just a stupid little game. There's not a ton of things on screen, at any given time. All right. Anyway, if I just keep doing this, is this just, yeah, we're just getting this awful dropping. All right. Anyway. And am I getting... Yeah, we're getting a nice 120 FPS there, I bet. All right, I'll turn that off. I don't need that. Ooh, okay. All right, wait a minute. Emulate. Ooh, here we go. Emulate vision deficiencies. Is that how you like being categorized, Retro MMO? Evan, is that how you like being categorized? Having vision deficiencies? Does that sound nice to you? Does that sound like a nice group to be in? Oh, there you are, Protonopia, Evan. That's you, right? Deuteranopia, Tritonopia, achromatopsia, achromatopsia. I bet you achromatopsia. I'm gonna do some just mad skills Latin here. Thanks, Grandma. My grandma was a Latin teacher. A meaning anti, and not meaning not. Chroma meaning color. So no color. Bet you this means grayscale. Like you can't see any color at all. Is what I'm guessing this is. But I wonder what topsia is. Like top. Like topographical, maybe? Is that what taupe means? Topsia. Topsia. All right, so let's try, blurred vision. All right, let's try that first. Oh, that's kind of funny. Oh, sorry, that's not funny. Not making fun of anyone with blurred vision. I actually have blurred vision. I've got an astigmatism. So we're not making fun of blurred vision here. I got a little bit of blurred vision. Technically, I got a prescription glasses for it, but I don't wear them. Oh, so those links are pretty blurry. This is just like a little Gaussian blur they apply to the whole page. It's not that exciting. Ooh. Wow. Oh. This is cool. Thanks for bringing this up, Drogos. I should have just did the research myself on this. Okay, so the protanopia and deuteranopia are the same. So Evan, if you're still there, when I turn this one on, okay, so here's no color emulation, and I turn this one on, protanopia, does anything look different? Oh, that's actually a cool color scheme. That's sick. Just going to play with the Tritanopia filter on all the time. That looks cool. I like what it does with, I just like those colors. Achromatopsia. So yeah, this is just straight up grayscale. All right. We're going to play with achromatopsia on. We're going to play with achromatopsia on. I bet you I can do it. All right, practice. Okay, so the strategy is we just got to figure out what the first... All right, I'll walk you through the strategy. Like I was saying, I think... Oh, what? You can do this in Chrome. Yes, Drogos pointed it out. It's pretty sick. No, did you... Evan. Okay, so I have... You had to go to this... You go to this, ... You go to more tools. You go to rendering. Just wait until you get the cyan bubble. All right. Yeah, so you go more tools. Whoa. More tools. Oh, my goodness. What? That's awful. You go more tools, rendering, and then it pops up down here, rendering, and then, like, at the very bottom. Oh, and then there's the frame stats, too, which I was screwing around with. That was kind of cool. You scroll pretty much all the way down to the bottom. Emulate vision deficiencies. And I made the joke before that, like, how do you like being categorized as having a vision deficiency, Evan? Chrome basically puts you down in this category. So I was going to say, like, if I turn the protanopia, the blurred vision one just puts like a little Gaussian blur on top or something like that. Just a real, like, light blur. Just kind of funny. But if you put the protanopia on, does it look any different? I am color deficient. I gotcha. Okay, so I put the protanopia one on. Does it look any different? So here's no emulation. We're back to normal. Protanopia. It's really interesting. So the red is gone. The red is gone, basically. Or red becomes more brown, I guess, because this one is like hard red. So this one is... Blue is like you still have a lot of blue. Yeah, because this is the ones that, so like purple and pink, these ones still have some blue in them, but it's like the red gets sucked out. This one has a little bit of green in it, and the green kind of becomes brown, I guess. Or like, well, brown is technically all of them, so I guess the red gets reduced to the same level as, I see a small difference. Okay, wow, that's pretty crazy that you only see a small difference in this case between the two. So I was gonna demonstrate, if I can. I was gonna go to down at the bottom here. We got achromatopsia, which the black and white, the achroma, no color, I guess, right? So grayscale. I guess the difference is pretty significant for the O in Populus. Yeah, exactly. Like, it looks like red really gets sucked out of those colors. Or, like, really limited. Because, like, these ones that were, like, pink and purple, where they had, like, some blue in them, the red gets sucked out and they all ended up being blue. But then this one that had no blue in it became, like, brown, which would have been probably, like, a little more green. A little more the green side. Because it was kind of an orangish red. So there's probably a little bit of mid-level green, and then the red got sucked out, so it kind of evened out at like a dark orange color. Maybe they're just taking a percentage of the R value and all the RGBs. Yeah, something like that for sure is what it looked like. All right, so I wanted to see how well I could play with grayscale on now. So, because there's a strategy you can use where if you just, in this case, I could just match up these shades. So I could say this. And then from that point on, you can just go off of like shade. Or you can just go off of the order that the bubbles appear in. So I know I'm going to go here. And I just want, whoops. Oh boy, when I make a mistake, I'm kind of screwed. But otherwise, I can still play pretty well. All right, let's retry. Okay, so the hard part is just figuring out the beginning, and then once you're there, nope, here. Yeah, once the bubble, okay, that one was pretty light. Oh, wow. I can really do this from memory pretty well. Yeah, okay, so I'm doing the, oh, I lost it. Oh, okay, I lost it there. Anyway. Yeah, so it's totally possible to play with this style of just keeping track of the bubbles as they appear. Oh boy, I lost it. Let's try it again. I'm gonna see if that's not what I want to do. I didn't pay attention. All right. Come on. Oh! That's hard. But I kind of proved my point that I was saying before, is that I guess I am playing with that. I am playing and keeping track of the bubbles as they appear. Whoops. Just meant to use just the R key there. That's really interesting. Oh, wow. All right. Crazy. Are you planning for how to make it easier on colorblind people? Not at this exact moment. Drogos just brought up the colorblind settings in Chrome, and I was like, I just want to try that right now. But I'm not spending time on it at this exact moment. I just wanted to try the filters. Or just trying to prove it's doable even if you are colorblind. Yeah, well, that was kind of what I wanted to test with now that I saw that you could do the grayscale, I was like, I just want to see like, because you can play the game without, as long as you match. So I'm going to go here, and then pay attention that, okay, so once I'm done with these 4, then this one, or these 3, then this one. So like here. You just kind of keep, yeah, so if you get the rhythm going, you can really do it. Okay, this is too hard. This one. Yeah. You should turn on Protanopia and verse me. All right, we'll do it. Okay. Protanopia. There we go. That's ridiculous. Okay. Whoops. Ooh, boy. Oh! Oh! Okay. All right, so you have no excuse, Evan, basically. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that was, I mean, for me, I guess there was still a good bit of variation, I guess. So it's probably not directly one-to-one. This, whoops. But I don't know. I mean, at this point, as we could kind of see, I could kind of play. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. Come on. There we go. Anyway. It's maybe just like every 5 or 10 bubbles or so that I genuinely have trouble distinguishing. I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, and I think the strategy for me at that point is I kind of am going off of, I mean, we just kind of tested it with the achromatopsia. Like, I could still, for the most part, play pretty well based on just watching the bubbles appear. Wow. Ah, no. And when I mess up, it's all gone. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Ah. Now I have to look. Yeah, you don't even need to look for a lot of that. That's kind of crazy. All right. I'm not that good. I'm not that good compared to Trioxky. Trioxky, the man, the myth, the legend. Whoops. Yeah, I played it too much now. But I have played it too much. Kind of want grayscale's game mode now. Yes. Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting playing that way. Like, you really are, like, the other alternative is just change every bubble black, make every bubble black. I guess we could do that in development pretty easily. That I would kind of want to try. Like, let's try that. Let's just see what that. I'm just curious now. We weren't really supposed to get too much done today's stream. My plan was to play the game with people online and to play the game online and do come up with things we needed to do. Because now that the multiplayer, the bulk of multiplayer is done, like, we've got some kind of other things we want to add to it. But now that it's done, it's like we can just work on all these other little things now that have kind of been piling up. So that's a good feeling. All right, so we got the dev server going. Let's see about changing the bubble colors. Bubble. Yeah, let's see. If we go to, there's a create bubble. Yeah, okay. So if I do this, comment that out, and then we just do, oh, I guess actually we just don't specify a color. We just comment out the color. Yeah, then they should all be black. Okay. All right, so this should do all black bubbles in a game. Or not. Hang on a second here. The mother-in-law is calling me. All right, I'm back. Interactive stream, like it. Yeah, I think we're pretty interactive, right? All right, yeah, my mother-in-law just called. She's dropping off a birthday gift for me. So thanks to the mother-in-law. It's not my birthday today, it's tomorrow. But just saying. I'll have to get a little party hat for tomorrow's stream. Anyway, what were we doing? I was gonna test black bubbles. Now, why didn't that work? Oh, there's a separate method. Okay, hang on. There's a separate function for creating a practice bubble. Yes. Okay, so right here is what we needed to comment out. I commented out the wrong one. That was it. All right, so we do practice. These should be all black. All right, so now the first step is just figuring out the order. I just got lucky there. So I got lucky there. I got absolutely 100% lucky. All right, so now I know the order that they're coming in. So here we go. So, yeah, this, I'm really, truly going, oh boy. Oh! I felt like I was totally guessing there. Let's try it again real quick. Okay, that's wrong. That's right. That's wrong. Okay, so this one's the fifth. Okay, this one, and this one, okay, this one. All right, I got it. I lost it. Somehow I still got it. Man, it's like locked in my brain somehow subconsciously, I think. The next one's to play. A little bit. Like, that's really interesting. Let's try again here. Wait. Oh, hang on. I lost it already. Quick reset. Okay, we got that one first. Which one just came in? I wasn't paying attention. All right, we got 4. This one's the 5th one. Okay, so there. I got just lucky there. In these two. I got just lucky there. So now I know the order that they come in. I lost it now. Yeah, and then I'm really screwed. Then I really have to just like... Whoops, that's obviously wasn't the right one. I don't know. Wait, when? What's wait, when? What are you talking about, Retro? Sorry, I wasn't keeping up with the chat perfectly there. Drogos, by interactive stream, you mean that I don't know exactly what you're referring to there, besides, like, I'm changing things. You said it was your B-Day, I think. Yes, my birthday's tomorrow. Yes, yes. Sorry, I know I shout. I know I, like, shout a lot. Like, I get really, like, right now I'm talking just kind of softly, subtly. But from time to time, I tend to get excited and yell. And I know I've got a compressor in OBS turned on to kind of limit my voice a little bit, So when I get going really loud talking about something, it should hopefully not be this great degree of volume, just change of volume. But I hope that it just doesn't sound annoying when I get talking too loud, Oh, just that you were talking about stuff instead of watching coding. Yeah, Drogos. So this is why Jared is a good streamer. Yeah, my plan today, since multiplayer's done, it's a little bit like a celebration day. You know, not officially, not like, oh, you know. It's a little bit like, okay, the multiplayer's out. We can just play it. We can just play with people. We can hang out, whatever, talk about ideas. I want to get well, we've been working on the tasks. That was kind of the thing I wanted to do today was actually just talk about new tasks. Tasks. Yeah. I think I said it right the last time there. Anyway, all right. So we don't need to... Another task is figuring out a better way to deploy. Because right now it's really manual, my process for deploying the code. So the server has a repo, has the Git repo up on it, and then I have to manually go up to the server and do a Git pull. BRB fetching hot chocolate. That sounds pretty good, Drogos. I might actually make some. I got some low sugar Swiss Miss upstairs right now. This is why Jared is a good streamer. Did I say thank you, Retro? Did I say thank you? That was warming. I got a warming feeling from that, Retro. I appreciate it. Unstable restart 0. I like that. We had one restart from Weemi's crash. So I really like that. Oops. Beautiful. All right. No dropped frames. No dropped frames. I love this. Twitch, you figured it out. You figured it out. Congratulations. And Twitch didn't post anything about the Chicago servers being degraded or anything, but totally was Twitch's fault. Totally was Twitch's fault for all those dropped frames from 2 weeks. I am still manually connected to the secondary Chicago server right now. We are streaming to the second Chicago, I don't know if it's secondary, but the one that didn't automatically connect, I didn't automatically get connected to by OBS before, by Streamlabs. So we are manually connected to the other Chicago server. We've dropped no frames. And over the weekend, I did a test with both servers, and the primary, I don't know, the first one that I usually would automatically get connected to, I dropped like 47 frames in I think in like a 47-minute stream, actually. It was something like that. I remember noticing that. I was like, huh. So almost in an hour stream, I dropped like 47 frames. So not even a second's worth of frames, which was nice. Pretty nice. But then when I did like another hour stream, test stream to the, not public at all, to the other server, the one I'm connected to right now, and it was no drop frames in like the hour. So anyway. All right. So yeah. I'm trying to think of what other thing. I mean, I do want to have like a new menu layout. Oh, that reminds me. Just way too many tasks to come up with. I wanted to come up with I wanted to have a on-screen message system, or we'll say on-canvas message system. So I just created a little Trello card here, on-canvas message system. for any game, for any message to show on screen. For example, button hovers, menu, main menu. For example, main menu button hovers, explain the game mode more or something. Just like in the tutorial. All right. So I want to have like a menu message system, just like with the tutorial. Oh, we still got a chromatopsia on there. All right, so just like the way the tutorial is, where we've got like these little messages that kind of fly up. Move your mouse over the red bubble. And then like it animates on. It'd be cool to have some messages that do that. Like maybe you hover over the play button and then a message pops up and says, play a one-on-one match. You hover over the practice button, play a solo practice game or something by yourself. All right, I gotta use the bathroom here. Kind of an emergency, so we'll be right back. We are back. Okay. All right, so did we just, yeah, basically it'd be nice to have a message system just like this, where it kind of flies up a little description of what's going on. You know, you hover over the play button and maybe it says play a one-on-one match, right? You hover over the tutorial, it says a tutorial for how to play the game. Obviously that's pretty self-explanatory, but you know, you could just say like play and it's like a one-on-one game, you know, whatever. A practice, a solo practice mode, whatever. Also during the practice, maybe it'd be nice to show press the R key to quickly reset, you know, like making that feature an actual, you know, like not just, it's all just hearsay now because I tell you, you could press the R key during a practice mode to reset it, but there's nothing in game that gives you that inclination at all that I press the R key and I'm going to reset the game, right? So that is something we want to do. All right, I'm sitting here waiting for an opponent if anyone joins. Populus.gg. Click the play button and you'll join a game with me right now if you so desire. Drop that down there in the chat. I typed the wrong thing. It's not play, it's game. There we go. Populus.gg. Well, for anyone new, you probably shouldn't just jump into a game with me right away. You should probably watch the tutorial. All right, on canvas message system, did I? Oh, we need to categorize this. Sound, obviously sound is something that's been on the Trello for a long time. Add rough sound design, I got it right there. Yeah, sound design is something I would like to do. And obviously that requires a bunch of actual sound design. I did do sound design actually kind of semi-professionally for a little while. So I actually, you know, the sound should actually be relatively good for the game once we do actually have some sound. Yeah, we want to add a, what is this, a UI UX label. There we go. All right, so now we're good. On canvas message system. I just say on canvas just to kind of specify that I'd like to have something that kind of pops up, you know. Another thing I want to add is a like screen management system. I don't know, for lack of a better word. Screen manager system. I'll just say screen manager system. And this would be a UI UX thing. Basically, I'd like to manage, so I've got this card here, just created screen manager system. I want to have something that lets us, like, right now the code for for getting around menus looks kind of like this. So like if a certain event fires, well, for the most part, I do have objects that represent the different screens. So like the menu, this is the main menu. So our application class, this is like the top level application object that gets instantiated. And basically there's a menu property that represents kind of the main menu. There's a match that actually represents obviously the in-game match that while you play a game. There's the stats screen. There's the tutorial. There's the countdown timer screen. Like these are all different screens. Like you don't have them all on the same, you don't have them all on screen at once, for lack of a better word. You don't see all these things all on at once. It's kind of like, you know, we need to route between these, right? So basically that's all managed here in these different event listeners. So I've got an event listeners array for our application. So the application's listening for all these different kinds of events. So we've got an event here, find match button clicked. We've got an event, match countdown started. We've got an event, match started, match ended. So the application object is the one kind of creating, instantiating, or destroying these screens based upon the event that fires. So it's relatively complicated in that, you know, we've got a bunch of lines of code here. You know, something like that. We go from what, line 35 up to 130 something, 140 something, 107. Okay, so we got, you know, 150 lines of code here. Did somebody join a game and nope, okay. So we've got, you know, quite a bit of logic here that we do have quite a bit of logic here that it'd be nice to maybe have a little bit of a more elegant way to kind of get around that. So that's why I'm coming up with this idea of a screen manager system. But less than that, like let's say less, not even to the extent of just cleaning up this code, but the other thing I'd really want to have potentially is like a kind of a have the screens like animate in and out, slide, you know, like, so there'd be like transitions between the screens. So like we're on the finding opponent screen. If I quit, it just snaps back to the main menu, right? If I hit play, it just snaps to this screen. If I hit X, just snaps, you know, tutorial just snaps to this. If I hit, you know, anything, basically getting between the different screens, you know, there's nice animation on like certain components, like our buttons, you know, kind of move. And like when we actually play a game, you know, we've got a little mouse trail and we've got like nice kind of animating components on in the game world itself, inside the game itself. But I just feel like playing here. Oh boy. Yeah, so anyway, it'd be nice to just have like the screens, the whole components of the screens themselves just like slide around. Like It would just make the whole thing feel a lot better rather than just like this instant snapping to different screens. Like instead, you click the tutorial button and it doesn't just instantly disappear. You know, like you click the tutorial button, the main menu slides off to the side, slides off to the right or something, and the tutorial screen, like this component here, slides in from the left, right? Like as if you're just like swiping through different things. Something like that. Something like that would be really nice. It would just, you know, greatly improve the user experience, I think. Just make it feel a lot better, a lot more alive. Actually, I should maybe make this not screen manager system. Let's make it like screen animations between screens. Let's just say that. Animations between screens. So I'll say that. Animations between or let's just say add animations, I guess. Add animations between screens. Clicking a main menu button shouldn't just snap instantly to the next screen. It should trigger an animation. I don't need to specify more than that. Or I guess we'll say it should animate. Oh, I'm saying this weird. The next screen. All right, there we go. That's a good enough description. Okay. Counter down. No wonder that was giving me a error there. Okay. All right, so I updated this little description here to add in that fact there. There we go. Back. Nice, Drogos. Drogos, have you been around here before? Is this your first time watching the stream? Just question there. First time here. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Well, no, I appreciate you hanging out. I really do. You brought up some good things for sure. But yeah, because you were saying before interactive stream or whatever, you know, and usually I do, you know, I've pretty much. On a typical stream, I'm pretty much sitting there programming and everything, but I am usually like explaining things as I go. Like I try to make it. Yeah, I was lucky stream browsing today, found a good stream. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate it. I mean, I always like to interact with the chat. You know, anytime I get a message. I mean, sometimes if I'm trying to really get something done and things are maybe a little too crazy, I might miss some things, whatever. But for the most part, you know, I try to read the chat messages and whatever and get responses out, or at least acknowledge them, whatever. But, you know, like I said, today's stream's a little special because we just went live with the multiplayer on Saturday. So I was kind of planning on today's stream being a little more like yay, we got multiplayer live. So, you know, let's figure out what's next. Let's actually play some and then, you know, figure out what's next kind of thing. So, because, you know, I've had some ideas of what I've wanted to do next, or what I've wanted to do to kind of beef everything up. But, yeah, I feel like I needed to kind of sit down and take some time to really think about the new next steps. Yeah, And then, I mean, I would think we probably implement some of these things and have a new version ready tomorrow already. Already implement a new version and go live. Because at this point, people say that sound is 50% of the game. What do you think about sound? Yes, actually, you were probably just grabbing hot chocolate when I mentioned a little blurb about sound. I've had this card here for a long time, actually. Actually, let's see how long I've had this card here for. Oh. February 26, 2019. Okay. So I added that card a long time ago. 2 years ago almost. Wow, really? I think I created the Trello for this. I have not been working. I did the rough version of the game. Yes. This was from back when I did the original rough version of the game. Since then, I've scrapped the entire code base since this time. And I started about a year ago. So in about January 2020, I started again taking this game seriously. Spent some time working on it, but there was a lot of time not working on it. I started streaming on Twitch in August, and I went part-time with my job, with my day job, to work on this. So to stream Mondays and Tuesdays. And since then, we've obviously put a bunch of time and effort into the game, and really actually now have something real. So yeah, this kind of shows that the idea behind Populus has kind of been out there for a while, obviously. But anyway. But yes, sound I think is huge. In this game, I think that could really, having satisfying sound when you pop a bubble, like that'd be a pretty big deal. I see you have instruments in the background, so I guess you're somewhat interested in sound. Yes. So like I was saying, when you were on your hot chocolate break, I actually did do sound design kind of semi-professionally. I worked with a friend of mine. He's the latest sub there, IPR Zach D, floating by up in the top part of the screen there. IPR Zach D. He refreshed his sub. So thanks again, IPR Zach D, for the sub. But yeah, I worked with IPR Zach D actually a little bit on sound, doing sound stuff a few years ago, kind of semi-professionally. So, I mean, for me, it was kind of semi-professionally. But yeah, so sound design has a very big place in my heart. And obviously I didn't really go into this game thinking about sound so much, even though I think it is it's actually, it is a critical part of gameplay, really. It really is. Because I'm kind of a firm believer in, I don't know, a lot of people like to say that gameplay is everything, and like aesthetics or graphics or sound is not as important. A lot of people like to say that because they like to say, like, no, you should love a game because of the game part of it. But like, if a game looks bad or if a game sounds bad, you're not even gonna play it, especially if it looks bad, right? Like if you see a little screenshot or if you see a little GIF or a little short video of a game and it just looks awful, then you're not even gonna play it. Or, like animations, I would, lump that into part of the graphics, I guess. Like responsiveness of things like I feel like, the game's a little nice, having these bubbles kind of, these little buttons expand when you hover over them, like that feels nice, and I think having that is kind of important. Having some things that give you like feedback, that animate, that, like doing a practice game and clicking and like this thing sliding and like the new bubbles kind of expanding onto the screen like that. I think that's like, would you say that has an effect on the gameplay? No, not necessarily. But like, does it make the gameplay more satisfying to like see this thing sliding and like that thing there and like just stuff feels good? Yes, absolutely. And I think that, you know, maybe less subconsciously you're saying, yeah, this feels good to play. So like, that's why I like it. Or this sounds good to play. Or like, you know, like for sure, I would say it has an effect on the feeling of the game. Yeah, but wouldn't you say that you're like the feeling of the game? Like I would argue that some people, like let's take a first person shooter, for example. I would argue that some people don't use a certain gun, because of the way it sounds. Like I don't obviously have any stats on that, but I would bet you there's some stat out there. Like if you went on like general like satisfaction of the gun sound, you know, like if you went off of, if you like did like a survey on that, I bet you there'd be a lot of guns that have like bad sound design or bad, you know, they don't have good sound effects for when you shoot them. And like they would be less used in a game, in a first person shooter. Because I think sound is that important for Tuxie. I took photography in high school and chose my camera purely based on the shutter noise. I'm telling you, Tuxie, exactly. I don't pick up, I mean, this is a little more sad, but I'm a guitar player, right? I mean, you can probably see that. I don't pick up a guitar unless it looks good, right? Like that sounds weird. That's not a pun. That sounds a little bad, right? But like, I'm not even going to pick up a guitar unless it like looks good to me and looks like inspires me to like play, you know, to like hold it and like play some notes on it, right? So like if I go to the guitar store, you know, there's you know, I'm going to like pick up a guitar purely based upon how it looks. And like, and that's just a true thing. And like, I feel like that applies to like games too. Yeah, I have heard people say I do not use because bad sound. I do not like the visuals, even though I know it's better. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. And like, so I think that like, you know, obviously when you're like building a game or whatever, you know, like you're not spending all this time up front on animating this thing or having the animations be perfect, which is fine. But like my thought was like, okay, if I'm going to have Populus, you know, well, okay, I'll say because the gameplay is so simple, like that gave me the time to like spend on making the animations and making the little mouse trail and like stuff that's not really important. But like when you do it, it like feels better. And like, therefore I'm like, now I know that I think I'm more on to like, I think the gameplay is better because it feels better. And like, because I'm developing the game and designing it like programming the game and like designing it simultaneously, I have like this, like, I'm going to make a programming change based upon how it feels when I play it, right? Like I'm going to say, all right, this animation is too slow. It feels bad because the animation's too slow, right? Like, or I make a game design change based upon how that thing feels, based upon how I've like programmed it at that time, right? So I think like, you know, there's a pretty tight, like little knit triangle of like me programming the game, like as strictly a programmer, like only typing functionality and whatever. And then the actual, like how the game feels, the feedback I get from the game, and like the design choice of like, there's like that, a little triangle of that almost. That's maybe a bad way to say it. Like I didn't think too hard about how I said that. But so like I feel like I really have to be able to design a game that feels good. I kind of have to like push all those things together, like be able to, you know, I don't know if that makes sense. Like maybe if I was making a game that was like driving a car, like a kart racing game or something, like I'd have like such an abstract idea of what it's like to drive a car around a track that I could like know that that's good enough as far as gameplay goes. And then from that point on, it's like, it's more of a, okay, like let's have, or I've got like the idea in my head, like the mental model of like, I'm driving a car around a track. That's the game, right? Like either whether it's 2D or 3D, who cares? Like I have the idea of the game from a gameplay standpoint. I'm racing a car around the track. And then you say you could build that and it could be awful, but as long as it like, it could feel awful, but as long as for the most part it functions, Like if it's 100% functional, just feels awful, like that's okay, kind of. Because like I know I know that the gameplay is not really changing. The feel of it can change. But but a game like this, it was a little more like, since it's so simple, like just mousing over a bubble and popping it, like making it feel good. And for one thing, the bubbles just fading out, I think, isn't a good feeling. That's actually something I want to figure out and play around with. But anyway, if we're doing something purely for enjoyment, those little satisfying details matter a lot. For sure. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, there's definitely people that love a game and put up with the bad things, right? Like, you definitely have that. But I think you're also turning away a lot of people, too, because of the jankiness of the game or the way it, whatever. Like DayZ, for example, was like, have you ever tried Worm? No. Worm Online. No, I have not. I think, was Drogos just was talking about that before, too? No, I have not. Let me look it up real quick here. Worm Online, 3D massive, 3D MMO game. Nice. Wow. Oh, yeah, it's pretty old. Okay, I see. And is it really janky? I mean, because I can tell that like it's obviously pretty... obviously, it's an older game. I mean, an MMO, typically has. Yeah, that is the game I play. Steals all my time. Nice. It's a fantastic game, but lots of people are put off by the outdated animations, overwhelming UI. Gotcha. Right. Yeah. Well, right. Like there's definitely people's tolerance level for something is different, right? Like, yeah, I was bringing up the point of like DayZ before, where it just felt like people played the game because it was such a cool like sim of just, and so like high risk reward, but like at least a few years ago, it just felt awful to play the game generally, and like zombies play, just buggy, whatever, just, a lot of interactions in the game were just awful, but, people just love the game, the feeling of it. Well, when I say feeling, I mean the actual like mechanics of the game and like the more emotional part you got from the game, which was like, if you die, you lose all your gear. So like that risk reward feeling, right? But like the actual mechanical feeling of the game, the haptic feeling of the game might have been pretty bad at certain points. So, but people still loved it. But a lot of people got put off by it, right, when they first played, just because it felt weird or felt bad. Yeah. All right. Okay, I think, well, let's see here. Do you stream, Drogos? I mean, I see you guys both are rocking the double underscore at the end there, so that's why I didn't know if like. And Tuxie, you said you were here. I do stream a little now and then. Gotcha. Well, but specifically talking a little more about sound for Populus. Drogos and I are a couple. Nice. Nice, nice. So, yeah, like one of the things I was thinking for sound design was like when you move the mouse, maybe having like a little click. Like when you move the mouse inside the boundary, having like a little, you know, like a little like, what's like the exact word I'm trying to like think of? Just kind of that picks up, that you hear, like it gets more intense the faster you move, right? So it'd be like kind of maybe like a swish. Might not be a swish. It might just be like little individual like ticks, like little. We just get like a really tight sample of like a little tick, and then like based upon how, you know, the time we play, the time spent, the time between playing those those little tick sounds is like, you know, obviously the faster you move, like that speeds up. You know, the time between those ticks is shrunk. Man, I'm just rocking the English language today. Woo. And like obviously the pop bubble sound, the popping of the bubble sound itself has to be like the most satisfying thing, because like you gotta just be like, I gotta pop another one after doing that, right? That's one of the reasons why I play with the space bar, because you can pop bubbles with a left click of the mouse, or you can pop with the space bar. I prefer the spacebar because I got a mechanical keyboard, Cherry MX Blue switches, you know, that are just chunky. And, you know, it just feels good to like do that. I don't know. It just feels good to have like this chunky key press to pop a bubble, right? So, but kind of with that, having like a nice popping sound too, or whatever, some sort of, I mean, it could just be like that classic like bubble pop sound or whatever. Maybe I record a few samples of that or something. Having maybe something indicating like the time's about to run out would be nice. I could pull up my old sound design idea for my original vision of the game, but I did like some rough sound design on top of a video of the game, the gameplay, but it was old at this point. And it was actually kind of musical. Like whenever you popped the bubble, it would like play a musical note, and then like if you hit the wrong one, it would play like an accidental out of the scale or something. Like, so it would be kind of like this nice, I think I was just doing a scale up, like it was just like every note in like the major scale just going up, and then, but if you hit the wrong bubble, it would just play like a, you know, some wrong note in the scale. Oh, another thing I wanted to add. That reminds me. I did want to add, when you make a mistake, I was thinking it'd be cool to, when you make a mistake, flash the whole screen red. I know that maybe sounds like a bad idea. But mistakes, this mistake marker is like not bold enough, if that makes sense. I want the mistake marker to be a little more, I want it to feel bad. It needs to be jarring, but not necessarily disruptive of the gameplay itself. Like, I don't want screen shake. I don't want like, you know, boom, you can't pop bubbles for like 3 seconds or something. You know, like no like extreme. The penalty is that you have to repop that same bubble. But I need like a better indicator of making a mistake. So I was thinking of having the entire screen like flash red, and not a hard flash, like an animated flash. Like we're doing a sine wave animation. We're doing a sine wave animation for the red dot there, kind of going in and out. But it'd be nice to have just like a single red pulse. A pulse is probably a better word than flash. So I'm thinking of having, you know, error, mistake, screen, let's say red pulsing, red screen pulse on mistake. All right, so I'm just adding another card here, down here. UX, UI. We'll toggle that as gameplay too there. So, yeah, so I was thinking that would be nice. And it would be very brief. It would be brief, but like, and it wouldn't, I don't want it to flash over the game area itself, the play area itself. It'd be nice if it just was everything else except the circle here. In fact, everything except, it'd be like underneath all of these elements. It'd be underneath the timer, underneath this, underneath that. But I think that would be really nice. I really do. I think it would be more helpful to see as a player. Like, it sounds like kind of a nasty thing, but I think it would be a pretty good thing. Yeah, what else? What else? We've added quite a few things here. In general, I want to like maybe figure out some other better looking things. Like, obviously I was saying before, like the main menu layout I'd like to kind of redo. I did this kind of, and these colors, like the original, the colors before the multiplayer went live is we basically had, there was no practice button, and the play button meant practice before we had multiplayer. Now play is the one-on-one multiplayer. But basically, like, the O for the Populus was this color. The play button was this same color. And the tutorial button was gray. And then basically I was like, somebody mentioned in the chat that the gray tutorial button felt like it was disabled, like grayed out kind of thing, which I thought was a good point. So I was like, all right, I got to make these all be colors. But now I've been trying to come up with a nice like color theme to have, and for the most part I just eyeballed this, and I feel like it's good enough for right now. Like, I definitely don't want to keep this as like a final thing. And I'm kind of not a fan of the balance of this right now, like the logo and title, like the title versus like the actual, you know, the size of the buttons and everything. I'm not a huge fan currently. So and somebody mentioned the favicon red being like a recording thing. Maybe that was Drogos who said that. So yeah, I'm going to make a little task to add I think I might add like a white P to the letter P in Arial font to that. So it looks a little more like Populus instead of just a red plain circle. I'm already liking this way better than just the default. My dev server right now, I'm not serving out a favicon, so anyway. Okay. Okay. Drogos and Tuxi, where are you guys from? If you're still kind of lurking, hanging out, whatever. All right, so let's see, we're gonna add another little task here for favicon. All right, so this would just be a UX UI thing. Add a P to the favicon. I'll just make it look a little more personal rather than just this red circle. UX UI. I don't need to have a description for that. All right, there we go. Yeah, a little lowercase p for Populus. I think that would work. I'm from Canada, but we live in Norway. We met in a game. That's pretty sick, actually. That's pretty cool, I will say. In Worm Online or what? Was that the game? I try to get my wife to play games. She plays Animal Crossing right now, so that's a start. Rhizome. No, I have not heard of that. Do a quick little Google here off to the side. Free open MMO role-playing developed by Nevrax for Microsoft. Nice. Nice, nice. Man, there's so many like MMOs that I just have no idea exist. It's kind of crazy. Speaking of MMOs, Retro MMO, if you've heard of him, Evan, the streamer, he was hanging out in the chat before. I don't know where he is, but he's making a retro MMO and he streams it like all the time. He's basically doing that full time. So he's building like a web browser MMO, like kind of an old school tile map 2D game, and you can play it too right now. Like he's just adding things to it all the time. I haven't actually checked it out in a while, so I'm not even sure how much stuff he's added. Well, I play the obscure ones. I use Linux, so mostly play ones that work on Linux. Nice, nice, nice. Gotcha. Yeah, Drogos, you're a dev, right? So nice. So you have Tuxi running Linux then for everything, or what? All right. So yeah, what else? I know I'm going to think of more things. And basically now, anytime I think of something, I should be adding it to the list. But we're already getting a pretty hefty to-do list here. Have the cursor crash position marker scale in real time on the window size. Yeah, that's something. I want to move that over. I'm going to move that over to the to-do. And just seeing that is making me think of, make a bubble pop cursor indicator. Yeah, let's move that over. Oh, I forgot I had like a graphics thing, a graphics label. That's kind of been replaced for like UI UX now. Whoops. Tuxi, he tried. Nice. Yeah, I'm a dev daytime, dev in the evening when not playing. Nice, nice. Wait, you mean like in the evening? By in the evening, you mean like personal projects and stuff? You do any game development stuff at all? Kind of. Yeah, exactly. Gotcha. All right. Actually, I don't need. I was looking at the screen grab of the server logs before from when Weemy broke it, when Weemy broke everything. But I don't actually think I need this anymore because I kind of understood what was going on. I just need to we just need to handle our WebSockets cleanup. That's what we need to do. Well, I made an Android game, Hungry Seagull. Nice. Sounds pretty good. No sounds though. Gotcha. Is it live now? An app? Or on the App Store, I mean? That's what I meant to say. All right. I just thought of something else we needed to add. Yeah, nice. I'll have to check it out. Oh, I haven't plugged this yet, but I do have a Discord. Not saying you guys have to join the Discord. I'm just throwing it out there. If anyone else out there, we do have a Discord. I'm trying to get better at updating it. That's where I'm keeping like the change log and everything for Populus. There's also the high score section on Populus. Oh, please do not judge me from that game, please. No worries, Drogos. I've judged you based upon the awesome feedback that the awesome links and feedback that you've posted to me and ideas. So you've already been judged. Consider yourself already judged. Please don't judge me from Populus, this kindergarten bubble popping game. Please. I have a cooler game idea. I do, I promise. I have a cooler idea. It will, I was saying before, Populus was never meant to be like a project that I work on for like a very long time. I basically wanted to get it out there, get some multiplayer out there, and I'd like to, maybe handle these tasks we're doing now, make it look a little bit better, just make it a little bit smoother, better, everything. Maybe add some sound. The sound thing is kind of iffy because I don't know if I even want to put that much effort into it. And then from there, I would like to actually do a little more serious game. But this is kind of like my first real official publicly available game, for lack of a better term there. Drogos joined the party. Nice. Nice. Oh, on the Discord, actually? Is that what you're saying? Sick. I like it. Well, I was saying I wasn't wasn't saying you had to. I was just offering it out there. And yeah, for anyone else out there, because there's a little there's a self-promotion section. So Drogos, now that you're there, go ahead and plug the game in there if you want. Plug the Hungry Seagulls in there if you want, the link, whatever. I think only Kodako is posted in there now. So we need more shameless self-promotion in there. There's a high score section. There's a Populus high scores section channel, and I joined too. Protozoa Princess. Oh, thanks, Tuxie. I gotcha. Yeah, I figured that was you because it was like simultaneously with Drogos. But yes, you could see Truyaksky's high score Populus world record video. It's like 124 pops in 30 seconds. It's crazy. I don't do any programming stuff myself, so probably just lurk, but it's cool to see what you guys do. Well, yeah. Yeah, thanks for that, Tuxie. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I've had some other people that also aren't devs, but they like hanging out and, in the stream and just kind of watching and asking questions, I mean, I haven't been doing any like actual programming stuff this stream much. I mean, I have my development version running and everything right now, and I did do a little bit of stuff, but typically when I am actually working on the game on stream, I do try to explain what I'm doing in a way that you could kind of understand. I'm not just like talking to myself like, oh, this thing doesn't work and I'm not doing, like I try to at least like present while I'm going. I can't go into detail about every little thing I'm working on, otherwise I'd get nothing done, but I try to at least explain to some degree what I'm doing, which I don't know. Maybe that doesn't really work or not, but if you ever have any Linux, SNL, Nginx, etc. thought, question you want to share, talk about, you can PM me at any time on Discord. Hey, thanks, Drogos. No, I really do appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, and I very well may. Yeah, I mean, I'm typically a Windows guy, but I can get around Linux command line for the most part. I can get around Bash, to some degree on my own. I mean, I got Populus running, okay, so I could at least do something. I could at least get something going, but I'm definitely always looking at improving my Linux skill, for sure. But yeah, Drogos, thanks for that. Thanks for that offer. I appreciate it. All right, so all right. Well, I had the thought. I just had a thought before about something. About something I needed to do, and I can't remember now. It was something about popping. Make bubble pop cursor indicator. Yeah, I want to add, what else do we have? Make a black dot exact location at the cursor at the time of the pop. It would be nice to give the player instant visual feedback when they pop a bubble. Yeah. Yeah, I had something like that. Basically, I wanted kind of like a hit indicator. So like when you pop a bubble, I wanted to have like a little like a first person shooter hit marker or something, you know, like it gives you the little thing and you get the little sound. Speaking of sounds, that's also like, that was a trend, like adding in like the little hit sounds when you hit a player in a first person thing. Then you do better than me. I struggle so much when I have to deal with Windows. No, I gotcha. Oh, and I do like the game very suiting. Or the game name very suiting. Oh, thanks. Yeah, actually, Populus, the name, was kind of last minute. The game used to be called, well, it had a working title of Trace Racer before. In fact, my repo folder name is still Trace Racer. I just never changed it. But like probably a couple days before I went live with the original version of the game, I was like, I got to pick a name because I got to buy a domain. You know, I got to like have, and I got to like lay out the main menu. I got to have like a main menu title and everything because I basically just had the buttons. I had a play and tutorial button just like floating in the screen. Like, and I was like, for whatever reason, I was like, I like the word like pop because you're popping bubbles. So like some variation with the word pop in it. And that like somehow I came up with Populus, but like I didn't really want the like full English word populo, you know, O-U-S. Like that would be kind of weird. Because it, you know, but Populus just sounds kind of cool and scientific-y and Greek, you know, or whatever, you know, Latin-ish too. And it's kind of the spelling of that, you know. And I could kind of spam that in to say like, it's like popping bubbles, so whatever, you know. Hang on a sec here. I'm going to BRB real quick. I don't know if my mother-in-law is dropping off my birthday gift or if it's... So I'm going to go say hi if that's her. I'll be right back. 1 second. Woo! We are back. All right. You mentioned, Drogo said, you mentioned make the wrong click look, feel different. Was it that? Now I don't remember where we were. One thing I was saying before, one thing I would like is if you make a wrong click or a mistake in general, which is either a wrong click or a mistake is going out of bounds, out of the boundary circle here, or just clicking like the wrong thing or popping the wrong bubble. The one thing I want to do is have like the whole screen kind of pulse red. Like kind of the whole screen underneath everything. So like, I wouldn't want the actual gameplay area here in the circle to be red, but it'd be kind of like a little strobe of red. And I think that would, kind of like how this thing's like pulsing, the little mistake indicator is pulsing like that. The thing is, I feel like this thing isn't significant enough. Like the point of this was to show you like where you made your mistake. So like if you're going like this, I can go like, oh, that wasn't the right bubble, right? That wasn't the bubble I was supposed to pop, right? That's kind of the point of this little red thing. But it'd be nice to also just straight up flash the whole screen. Well, I like the word pulse rather than flash because that sounds kind of bad. But it sounds, abrasive versus like just something that kind of the whole screen aside from the play area, and it'd go like underneath this. But this whole background area would just kind of light up red for like a split second, just really briefly to like indicate to you that you made a mistake. Yeah, I think that would be, it would be more helpful. Like when you're playing really fast, when you're kind of at, a pretty crazy pace, it's sometimes easy to miss this little marker, the little crash marker, because your eyes are already like somewhere else paying attention to whatever else is going on. So, that's kind of the, oh boy. Yeah, and like sometimes, like what happened there is like I was already like, I made one mistake, but I kept like playing, so I did like 3 more mistakes. So it'd be nicer if you really had a much more like jarring thing to help you catch that one mistake that first time. Yeah. Because sometimes like I'm so sure of myself. Well, it could also be too that like here's a magenta, or not magenta, but like a maroon bubble, and like the red of that doesn't, the red of like the little error button marker doesn't, it's not high contrast enough, let's just say. So like that could be part of the thing too. Maybe we just need to create like a more visible indicator. I don't know. Because seeing that on the white background is pretty good, but seeing that on the pink background is kind of not as noticeable. And when you're just kind of flying as fast as you can, just clicking whatever. Oh, yeah. Like, I'm like barely like really registering these things when I'm like playing fast. Anyway. All right, what else? One thing would be like adding a version number. Add version number to main page to screen. I guess. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. It'd be nice to add the title screen. It'd be nice to have like the title screen maybe still on the screen somewhere. I don't know, maybe. Oh, I completely forgot about kind of the other multiplayer things that we want to do right now. So ranking, multiplayer ranking is already a big thing. Not a big thing, but a thing I've been talking about adding for a while now is having like a ranking, like an ELO ranking thing, but also maybe like the pop records, I guess. Like it would probably be like for a single player, you know, you'd save their best game and or you save their fastest time and their rank, you know, like if they play, they're going to beat a bunch of people, whatever. All right, so add a version on the screen. All right, so this would be a, what were we going to say? Do I really not have add ELO rankings and leaderboards? This would be kind of a, let's see here. All right, so I just added another card here, and we're gonna make this a networking and UI UX and gameplay, I guess. It'd be great to have daily or weekly leaderboards or something like that out of the gate. I don't know. Maybe we would just add like, maybe they wouldn't reset daily or weekly. I don't know. Showing the pops, the number of pops, record, and ELO ranking, ELO rank for one-on-one. Maybe the ELO ranking's kind of dumb. If you just have like, I don't know. All right, let's add checklist. So we would add, let's see here. Whoops. Checklist. ELO ranking, server side. All right, let's say save a player's best game. All right. Okay, so I just have some general check boxes here for this. Add a leaderboard UI with command that the client can fetch. Ooh, this would also users, elo rankings. We'll just say users rankings and leaderboards. So first we'd kind of have to like the basic user yeah, so here's kind of the thing. Well, I'm not exactly sure how we want to do username stuff. I brought this up before, the Slitherio way of doing this. I don't think there's any like logging in that you do with Slitherio that I know of. Basically, you type a nickname and then you hit play and then you're in, and like that's it. And like I really like that. And I don't know, maybe it caches the like maybe it does a cookie or something with the user with your nickname. I don't remember. But something like that. Like no login, just type a name, and maybe we just generate a random name for you, and like you can override it if you want. Because what I'm thinking, before I even allow you like somebody to enter in a nickname, because I'm gonna have to do a little bit of back end work. I want to do like profanity filtering and everything on the name. And I did find an NPM package actually for that just has a big list of bad words and variations of bad words, and then just you do a check against that. But something like this where there's no login, there's just and Slitherio, one game, one life, there's not really any record. Like you're just trying to hold your own in the game, and like that's your score, like the length of your, like the longer you're playing the game, the longer you survive, the higher you are up in the rankings kind of thing. So like that's obviously a cool like little self-sustaining system. But whereas this is a little different. This is like you play a 30-second match, right? And it'd be nice to share everybody's best results from those matches. But yeah, so at some point we would add an actual like you can type in your username thing. But we would kind of need to, in order to be able to do rankings and leaderboards, we would really need to do like some sort of basic username thing, where it's either like a randomly generated list name, like combining like adjectives and nouns to get like an adjective and a noun, and then it's just a randomly picked thing. Something like that. Is Kodako still around? Kodako, if you are. Kodako said he was going to hop out, I think, though. Yeah, Kodako headed out, so I guess he's not around anymore. Because I was going to ask him how he did the random name generation, because just a little curious. I mean, I'm thinking we just do a list of prefixes and suffixes of names, and then you just pick random ones and see if it works. We could do something like that. But yeah. So yeah, this is kind of the big one. Users, rankings, and leaderboards. And I think that's kind of like the important one to have. Like that's kind of like the important next step. Like the multiplayer as it is right now, just not necessarily super exciting. But I'd also like to maybe come up with a better UI for the multiplayer. And in general, like there's a lot of UI things that I want to improve. But let's just, it'd be nice to just have like a much more it'd be nice to have just like a much more, I don't know, much more less subtle UI for you, the players. I don't know, like one of the things was like potentially having like maybe showing your opponent's position like here, like kind of showing how many. I mean, one thing is like having like numbers, like maybe we just show the count. So instead of going like just having this little indicator, like maybe we just straight up show the numbers. Like you've popped this many bubbles, your opponent's popped this many bubbles. Like maybe that's it. One thing, I feel like the animation's maybe a little too fast. I think I'm doing a 300 millisecond animation. I think I'm doing a 300 millisecond animation for that. Let's try like 500 milliseconds for that animation. I just want to see how that kind of looks. Just playing people just now, like in general, like it felt a little like, I don't know, maybe a little rigid. I don't know if that's exactly the feeling or not. It'd be cool if like maybe there was some more meta kinds of things, like like maybe if you have a streak, like if you got to continue a combo of bubbles popped, like because, well, it's not, the game is about accuracy, but it's not hard to do a relatively fast game with, I mean, maybe when it's your first time playing the game ever, it's maybe you're a little bit behind, but like it's not terribly hard to like to play like a perfect 100% accurate game. As I'm saying those exact words, I make two mistakes. But yeah, it'd be nice if there was like some sort of indicator of like momentum or something. Zubashi, what's going on, Zubashi? Zubash, it's good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Populus multiplayer is live. It's live, Zubashi. So yeah, I mean, you can play right now. Populus.gg. Hit play. And that's pretty much it. It's actually working. Yeah, Evan was just talking about it. Nice. Is Evan live right now? Whoa, we dropped 44 frames. Is Evan live right now? That's where all my viewers went. I'm just kidding. We've got our That was supposed to be a nice comment to Evan, like, because he's all of my viewers come from him. No, he's not live right now. Jonathan Blow is live right now. Sick. I gotta tune into that. All right. Nah, I was streaming baking on Discord. Nice. He's working on YouTube vids. Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, it seemed like he was going to be doing more. What were you baking, by the way, Zubashi? Yeah, I know he wanted to do like the devlog kind of stuff, and it didn't seem like he posted any more devlogs. I don't know. He had a couple of lemon tarts. Lemon tarts. All right. Lemon tarts. Isn't that from Alice in Wonderland? Nah, there's something about tarts in Alice in Wonderland. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, the Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts. Yes. Okay. All right, I just had to make sure I wasn't crazy. And something about they play croquet or something in I don't remember. All right. Well, okay. So I was gonna make this animation for the multiplayer like a little slower because we were at like I think we're at 300 milliseconds for that. So let's change that to 500. I just want to see what that feels like. So that would be in the file that is called scoreboard. Yes. Did I clean this up all the way? Opponent circle. Huh. Line tick. Oh. Okay. Yeah, let me just clean this up a little bit while I'm right here. I wonder why I had all these spaces. I feel like maybe I didn't. I don't know. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this is a 300 millisecond animation. So that's probably down in this create here. There it is. Oh, 200 milliseconds. Let's just go 500 and see how that feels. All right. So the animation we're looking at here is. We're still finding an opponent here. The animation we were looking for here is. Whoops, gotta refresh. There we go. So it's the little red dot on the top. So I made it like a lot slower. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I felt like the 200 milliseconds was maybe like too fast. I don't know. So I made it 500 milliseconds. So now it moves around like a little more gracefully. But maybe it's not as urgent now. I don't know. Maybe we're losing our sense of urgency. I kind of like how smooth it looks now. I feel like it needs to be bigger. Just from playing a little bit online, I feel like our slider does need to be a little bit bigger, maybe. Like the line's probably good enough, but bump these side. Oh, I remember another thing I wanted to do. Okay. The line, we want to make the line thicknesses. So like these different lines, I want to have them scale with the window size because right now those don't scale at all. So like you can tell like if I shrink the window, I think these are all 2 pixels wide. 2 pixel wide lines. Whoops. I'll go to the live version here. Oh, we'll go here. So these lines are all like 2 pixels wide, and like if you zoom way in, like obviously they're still 2 pixels wide, right? Even though they're like really chunky relative to the rest of the game. And I know this is all ridiculous, like how small that gets. Yeah, that might be something we change. But then when you go really big, I feel like it's still, the line's still really thin, right? So I was thinking maybe we have like the line width scale a little bit. but I want to play around with that a little bit before we just try. I don't know. I want to play around with, like, does that affect, like, the border, like the collision border, whatever. I don't, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. So, all right, actually, I like this 500 millisecond animation time, kind of. I think I'm going to keep that. I do need to play a little bit more before we really go with that, but all right. So okay. What are we doing again? Oh yeah. I was going to add just another little Trello entry here for down at the bottom here. I was going to add one for have line width scale to screen size. So this would be for, like, the play area boundary, like the timer, border, all of that stuff. The mouse cursor trail, I guess that would also technically move. The boundary, cursor trail, hourglass border, etc. Update their, or have their line widths relative to the screen height. I'm not saying that in the best English, but I know what I'm talking about there. Would be nice to have the boundary, the cursor trail, hourglass border, etc. have their line widths relative to the screen height. So again, that would be the stuff like, you know, when I resize the screen, the bubbles and everything change size, but like anything that's like a line doesn't change its width. So like as we get bigger, these are always just a 2-pixel line width for everything. So it'd be nice if that kind of, if those sizes kind of changed. I think that would be pretty good. At least maybe to like a minimum size. I don't know. Like maybe it couldn't go below 1 minimum pixel. I don't know. So I feel like this is the size, or maybe like a little bit bigger. I don't know. I feel like the size that I always play at, which is about a quarter size. Something like this. I feel like this is the line thickness that I would like. And then we keep that. So it's 2 pixels at like this screen size. And then we use that ratio to like figure out, you know, how small it should be here, how small it should be, how big it should be here, whatever. Yeah. Because it just feels too thin like that. Anyway. Retro, do you consider it cheating to use a touchscreen? You know, I've been thinking about it. No, I wouldn't consider it cheating. Like if you had a desktop touchscreen, like, you know, no, that's fine. Because, which reminds me, it reminds me of 2 more tasks that I want to add. So one of them being Figure out what to do with mobile. So, this one should be, let's see here, UI, UX. Okay, figure out what to do with mobile. That's also UI, UX. Make UI work with portrait screens. So kind of an initial task with that would just be like adding in like a portrait support. So I want to have like some portrait screen UI screen support, because like right here, right now, I'm live on populus.gg. On this on this screen here, like I don't know what 16 by 9 is, or 9 by 16, I should say. I don't know, maybe something like that, or is that maybe too? That's maybe too not wide enough or not tall enough, but maybe something like that. I don't know. So you take a screen like that, and like, yeah, this text fits in there, but like obviously the main menu doesn't. You know, and if you pull up Populus on a phone, you know, you'll see how much it doesn't work. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is exactly, so like on my phone. And again, like I haven't even done much of any consideration at all with mobile, but you know, like that's what populus.gg looks like right now on my phone if I just go there, you know, in portrait mode, right? So it'd be nice to have maybe perhaps part of our like screen management system. I don't know if that's exactly, maybe not necessarily related, but it would be nice to have like, well, we've got resizing and everything. It would be nice to maybe come up with also like another system to like have some stuff switch to like a portrait mode, or like change the layout or something. Like everything here is basically just like scale. Like we're just all of these things have like a certain ratio attached to them, and it's actually all based off of just the screen height. So the size is based just purely off of the screen height. And if I change just the width, like it recenters up on screen, but the size does not change at all based upon the width. But it'd be nice to just come up with, like, figure out what we want stuff to look like, and then kind of do like a layout based upon that, right? And like in general, Populus doesn't work super well on mobile anyway, because like for one, you have to do like, so I'll play myself here. Oh yeah, the opponent found text is way off center. It's way off center. So you have to like, so like I'm playing, you can see that they're in the same game here, my phone and the computer, right? But like it's so small, right? Like I mean, I'm on a good sized phone. I'm on a good sized phone. But oops, now that time's up. But it's like, it's so squashed because of the height, because everything's based off of the height. It's like, and you've got, you know, unless you could go full screen, I guess. How do we do like full screen on I've never done like a full screen browser page in mobile. Yeah. So I'd need to come up with maybe like a better way to have, like if we just do a practice here, you know, like there's like it'd be nice if maybe we utilize more of the vertical space here and like let this be bigger, you know, so that like we can have a bigger circle, or just like, you know, like support portrait mode. If we support portrait mode, like somewhat like this, and then just have these like the top bar and the bottom bar be on like the sides, and then you could just play with like a touch screen, like a game, like portrait style, just like Game Boy style, you know, vertical, versus like having to scroll this way, and then the circle's like way in the center. So it's, yeah. But did I answer the question, Evan? You said, is it cheating using a touchscreen? No, I don't think it'd be cheating using a touchscreen. Yep. Yeah, that brought me on the whole tangent of everything else. Whoa. Something is jacked up here now. Something's really bad. I don't know what I clicked that did that, but we totally lost resizing and everything. This is kind of funny. This is a little, I don't know. This is a little weird. Yeah, did I how did I do? Oh, we're dividing. Yeah, we're like evenly spacing these out with whatever the width of the screen is. That's what's going on. So that's why it just feels a little weird that does that. Like it feels, I don't know. So then that happens. Well, yeah. One of the things I was thinking about too, I asked because my laptop has a touchscreen and I think it makes it a bit easier. Yeah, no, I mean, go for it. And like, you know, like OSU players tend to play with the pen tablet, you know? I actually have one here. I've got one that actually on, it was like $30 on Amazon, but the XP pen, I don't know. I've got it in my, the XP pen star. I don't know. I've got it in my about section on, oops. But like, I'm not very good with this thing. I try to like draw with it more, but like people play OSU with these things and like, I don't really get it. Like let's just try it. Oh, I'm actually not too bad with this. Definitely slower than a mouse, but. Oh. And I guess actually technically I should be like hitting the space bar maybe with this. Because that's, I guess, what OSU players would do. Like you're just hovering. Like I'm not actually supposed to be tapping the tablet. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. I really actually like this thing. Anyway, I need to use it more, but I haven't had to draw anything out in a while on stream, so. I literally got that pen and tablet just for streaming because it was like I wanted to be able to draw things and like be able to do that. Oh boy. My screen just flickered there. Drogos BRB. No worries, Drogos. All right, so let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what else we want to do. I mean, it'd be nice to maybe have like a description maybe on the main menu. Is that kind of weird? Like, do we have like a little subtitle like Populus, a game where you pop stupid bubbles, or a stupid game where you pop bubbles, a game where you pop bubbles and that's pretty much it, you know? So just something kind of like ridiculous looking. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of like visualizing that in my head. Like, what would it look like with some text, some like subtext or something? And like maybe having like Populus like somewhere else, like the Populus logo, whatever you want to call it, like this thing just somewhere like down in the bottom of the screen all the time or something like that, like off of the main menu. Something like that maybe. Another thing I was thinking too is like, what about maybe like the stats screen Like the stats screen could be maybe not having a stats screen like this anymore, and just like maybe you go back to the main menu right away and it just shows your stats. I don't know. Like maybe it would just always show your like last game stats or something. It's kind of fun to think about some of this stuff because like I haven't really spent any time thinking about any of this other stuff in a while. How come? Why is the camera like getting so blown out? Did a light bulb burn out? No. It's like blowing out the webcam. Webcam's like kind of blowing out a bit there. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I'm really just trying to rack my brain and think about like some other potential things that we could have. Well, since maybe we can just take a look at some of the low-hanging fruit right now. So maybe we can look at the, what have I done in the Git so far? Or what have we, what's the diff so far here? Okay, so we made a config change. Yes, we made a scoreboard change. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that reminds me. I need to do like I need to come up with like a better deployment process, because right now it's very manual, me trying to like copy files up to the server, and my deployment process is like half baked. Like I don't have a way to like change the host name in our config file. So like for the WebSocket URL, where is that? Right here. Yeah. So like right now I've got like this commented out thing. So like for the client, you know, like for on LAN, I just have my IP on LAN right here. And then for I use my actual LAN address, so like I could test stuff out from like my phone, or like have another computer on my network at least connect to the server. But like when we deploy to the web, we actually need to use the domain name there, and yeah, so like I don't actually have a thing to do that. So like when I deployed, or when I had the code up there up on the server, I actually had to go in and like modify this line. Or I think I did it before I put the code up there, but basically like I've got the Git repo up on the server, and then I can just pull the changes and everything. Welcome back, Drogos. Good to see you. Yeah, so I can pull my changes from the repository, and that's there on the server, and then I've got like a script to actually generate the files. But then I've got the actual static files getting served from the server in a different folder, so I have to like copy those out. And then, you know, like I just need to again, since I'm doing everything kind of vanilla JavaScript, vanilla Node.js, like no crazy libraries or you know, bundling, packaging, workflows, pipelines, whatever you want to call it. Since I'm not doing any of that stuff, I don't really have any. I'm just kind of have to figure it all out on my own, which is fine. I actually like doing that, and it's kind of fun. But yeah, so so that's another task, is just kind of cleaning up my deployment process. And I changed some things before we went live with the multiplayer. I made it like slightly better. You know, I was cured of cookie clicker, but you maybe want to click the screen again. Nice. Nice. Well, that's, I appreciate that, Drogos. I appreciate the kind words. All right, why is the camera like blowing everything out right now? Oh, that's actually the opposite effect. I need to like shine a brighter light at the screen. That's what I need to do. Probably when I showed my phone screen on there, it like adjusted the contrast or something and screwed everything up. All right, whatever. I'm not going to worry about it right now. So so I actually wanted to look at some. I feel like we've added enough tasks. We've spent 5.5 hours just coming up with tasks. But it'd be nice to actually, it'd be nice. Okay, there we go. It'd be nice to actually do a few things here. Use OBS Studio. If so, you can turn off the auto exposure there and have it the way you want manually. Nice. Yeah, actually, I haven't really messed around with that. Yeah, I'm using Streamlabs OBS. So, yeah, OBS. But, yeah, I might have to mess around with that a little bit. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Probably possible there too. I don't have any experience with that one. Yeah, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, because I've used just plain OBS as well. And then I went to Streamlabs just to kind of have, I don't know. It's definitely got some chunkier things compared to regular OBS, but for the most part, all that stuff's the same. Like, it's just like a skin on top of typical OBS, and then it's just got like, you know, so all the same settings are there for the most part. Or since you have Windows, you can probably even use software for your camera. Yeah, that's a possibility as well. I haven't really looked into any extra software drivers for the camera, but might have to check that out as well. All right, so yeah, first things first, I actually do want to dive into some code here. So I want to look at why our opponent found screen looks so off-centered. So if we go, okay, so let's refresh these browsers just in case, and let's play. All right, so notice this screen here, finding opponent. And I think I'm centering. Well, okay, so this looks good. I remember I spent some time centering this up, even with the dots. So if I hit play, boom, opponent found. Yeah, that's like way off center. It really is. That's weird. Oh, I think I remember why. I actually remember why it is off center. Okay. I do remember that. I do remember why. So let's go to 90% of the stream importance is sound, though. You have that one working good. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's I agree with that too. Like sound is key. Yeah, you could have a garbage webcam, but if you've got, you know, pretty good sound, then it's like it kind of makes up for it almost. Whoops. Okay, so what is that? What is the name of that file here? It's a count. Is it? No, it's the Match, it's like match found. No, it's the countdown. It's the countdown timer. That's what it is. Yeah, it's the countdown timer. So we've got a couple things here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the countdown timer. Yes, so basically if we do, yeah, so my countdown timer object, it kind of represents the screen. It kind of represents the, if you do a competitive mode, there's one object that kind of handles the, oops, let's refresh, there we go. Opponent found, and then the countdown, 3, 2, 1. So that is all handled through the same object here. And I'm sure what's happening is I'm not centering up the message text properly. So message text is, let's see what we got here. So message text, where do we actually, oh, here we go. Message text starting in. Okay, that's the starting in text. Okay, so we must be centering up. What we must be doing is changing the message text. Yeah, bet you that's what it is. So message text.text. Yes, okay. All right, this should be a pretty simple fix. So what I'm doing is I'm setting, so if we're not in a practice match, then it shows opponent found. So if we hit play, finding opponent, and then if I hit play here, opponent found, and then it counts down, 3, 2, 1. So the problem is it's not centering up the text. It's not centering up the text with the opponent found text, right? Because you have to measure the width of what the text would be on screen. And then that way you can then, from there, you can then actually center up the text on screen. So the problem is we're not doing that centering calculation with the width of that actual exact message, opponent found. We're doing it with the countdown starts, get ready message or whatever it says. So we're basing it off of this one, starting in. So you see how that one's like dead center, starting in, ... So what I think is happening is we're calculating that starting position for the text, and then it's putting the text opponent found there before. So the problem is we need to just, yeah, this is actually a really simple fix, actually. We'll just do, I can get rid of the setting of it here, so we can do, I'm going to comment out this line. Whoops. Okay, commented out the line. We're going to copy this config, countdown timer message text opponent found. And then up here, where we're setting the text, oh, wait a minute though. This won't fix it. All right, so let's just do this for kicks. So if is practice is true, then this, else this. Okay, so now we screwed up, we broke it the other way by doing this. All right, so now if I do practice, it's fine here, but if we do a competitive game, whoops. All right, so let's do a competitive match. So we play, and we, whoops. All right, so let's keep looking at this screen here. So we play and then we play. So if we keep looking at this screen, we should see that the opponent found appears dead center now. But now the starting in is going to be like too far this direction. So play, opponent found, dead center, starting in. Yep, that's too far off the side. So we basically need to recalculate that centering of the text on that switch of the text is kind of what's happening. I know that's a little confusing, but I don't know. I could probably be doing it a better way. This is the long and short of it, but it's all right. There's a lot of other things I'm not proud of in this countdown timer object. So I like what we're doing. Well, wait a minute though. Do I? Yes. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Recenter. Whoops. Recalculate. We'll say recalculate the text, or we'll say recenter the text, the message text. All right. So basically, recenter is not a word without a hyphen, is it? Okay. So this else statement right here basically. Oh, wait a minute. No. No, hang on. This isn't good. Okay. All right, never mind. What I did before with this ternary thing, we're going to get rid of that. So we're going to do this. Okay. Okay. So I was doing that in the wrong place. Whoops. Message. Okay, so we have to do message text dot text equals this. Okay. All right, so that's good. Semicolon. All right, so that is fine, but then our recalculation of the center, set timer to show opponent found for a bit. Okay. Now reset timer. Okay, so we set up the timer. We set it to be a new timer. Then when the timer elapses, we switch the message. So on that elapse, then we need to recalculate the message text. Okay, so here we need to recenter message, recenter, and change set message text to starting in okay, so we need to do that. Set message text to starting in. And then we need to, let's see, actually recenter message text. Okay. So we basically just need to rerun. Now that we've set the text, we need to recalculate the text. Woo! I'm getting gassy here. What's going on? What is going on? I just had a few peanuts when I was upstairs before. All right. Anyway. Okay, so I need to do this little shebang right here. Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. I've got a variable for that. Canvas wrapper dot half height, or half width. That's what that should be. Half width. And this is canvas wrapper dot half width. And canvas wrapper dot half height. Basically just the half height and half width of the screen. I have those as, because I use the, I want to know what the halfway point is of the half the width and half of the height of the screen are so much for like centering things up on screen. So I have like some variables that get set anytime you resize the screen, then those variables get updated. It's basically what's happening. I could probably do a third. I use thirds for a few things too. I could probably set that as a variable as well. Anyway, that's not important. Okay, so we need to do basically this. I guess we just need to do the x-axis. Yeah, we just need to do the x-axis. This same line right here, this duplicate line, basically, is what I think we need to do. So we set the Wait a minute. I'm doing this wrong again. No, we do need to do... Okay, we do need to do it this way. We do need to do it this way. Okay, so if we're in a practice match... If we're in a practice match... Okay. And then otherwise we need to do it this way. And then either way we need to okay. All right. Ooh, that's not the right one. Here we go. Okay. We do this. All right, I think I got it now. That was a little annoying, but oh boy. Oh, that was fine. That was weird. Okay, so now let's do finding opponent, and then when I click play here, we should see that the opponent found is centered, dead center. Was it? What? It doesn't feel dead center. Hang on. Drogos, just a tip in case you did not know, you can add debugger in the source code. If you ever have dev tools open, the code will break into the debugger at that point. Yeah, I've never really messed around with the debugger at all. But I've wanted to at some point. Man. What do I need to... That make it darker? No, it goes right back. I don't know what the deal is. Anyway. Oh, I was thinking just freezing the picture for a longer time. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I think I'm just kind of psyching myself out now. Because it's definitely better than it was before. Right? If we're not in a practice and we're using text, message text opponent found, we're centering up, and then we're just recentering. Yeah, I think it might just look a little weird because... Here, I'm just even gonna do a screen grab here. Fire open the old GIMP here. Yeah, that's centered. I'm just kind of psyching myself out. What are we at here for a box width? I guess it really doesn't matter. Yeah, look at that. All right, so that is centered. I mean, obviously fonts and stuff kind of have a little bit of wiggle room, but it's centered. And then, okay, so then the countdown text also looks good because that would be the part that would actually change now. All right, so let's retry, and then watching this one. Opponent found, starting in, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's all good. Beautiful. Okay, recenter message text. Okay, so what did we do now? Get status. All right, I'm going to do just a commit here. I'm going to do a commit because we're probably going to get into something a little crazier here. Git add. We're going to do git commit. We're going to say, what do we do? Slow down scoreboard animation. Slow down scoreboard animation duration. Changed host name and config. Well, I don't really want to put that in there. That's not really important. Score. Okay, what else? Countdown timer. Recentered, fixed. Message text. Centering issue in countdown. Whoops, countdown timer. Beautiful. All right. Okay, so now well, I'm actually rereading what you're saying, Drogos. Literally like the string debugger. That's pretty crazy. All right, I did not know about that at all. That's pretty cool. Let's try it. So let's do maybe in the menu object here, let's do this. Let's throw that right here. This will be a little more interesting. But you got it anyway, so no need. Well, now I just want to try that like this. Like that's all you do. We say debugger like to break, to do insert a breakpoint kind of thing. So let's actually try, well, with this here. Okay, so we've got this one. Not. Did I save this? Oh, not the backticks. The backticks you were just doing. Wow, look at that. Backticks was for your example. I see. Okay. Sick. Okay. So then we can step. Nice. So we got, yeah, title initialized. Oh, that just resumed. How do I step? Oh, here we go. Step. Oh, that's for the next func. Why is nothing on screen yet? Oh, because that, yeah, we haven't even finished the frame. What? What is all this? Oh, that's the JavaScript, or that's the whatever it's called, the Google Analytics. All right. Anyway, that's pretty cool. Thanks for the tip, Drogos. Appreciate it. I like it. All right. All right, so we just did some stuff there. That's great. The next thing I want to look at is actually that server issue. I want to look at the pro people use that to inspect variables and such. I just do console.log. Yeah, that's what I do pretty much for everything. Yeah, I've got a little I've got this little debugger class that I built into my, just for printing things on screen. It's kind of annoying to set up, but just to like animate any value I want in like my game engine and show it, write it on screen, like on canvas, which is kind of cool. And that's nice for like, it's nicer than like with console log where you print a bunch of things over time. Like if you just want to look at a number that's changing, like frame rate or something, it's pretty handy. Or you want to look at, mouse position or mouse updates per second or something. But sounds smart. Yes, it sounds smart, but it's probably really dumb. And it's actually kind of annoying to use because I have like three different files: debuggable, debug printer, debug text. You have to take, yeah, because like I have these entities in my game engine that basically listen to like in-game events is kind of the fancy thing that they have. And then like if there's something that, if you wanna put something, debug something for this given entity for this class, you have to like you have to have like a mix-in function that runs, and you pass the entity, the base class in, and then you extend from the debuggable thing. Then you've got like this extra array, this extra property that's like debug items or something, and then you can put some stuff in there. But it's kind of cool, but it's just kind of annoying to set up. Anyway, I don't really need to talk about it too much. So, for some reason I like making the little triangle here with the thing, with the buttons. It's satisfying. Anyway, I want to look at actually fixing what we discovered, that crash that we found. Chad of Suburbia, do you do C++? It's a great question, Chad of Suburbia. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Actually, Chad, I am, or I should say your name out full, Chad of Suburbia. I'm actually learning C right now, kind of studying C and screwing around with that. I've done a couple streams in C with some things. Well, C/C++, I'll kind of lump them together a little bit. And eventually my next game I would like to be doing in C. Probably C++, but mostly C. Kind of staying away from the whole object-oriented thing. But yeah, that's kind of my goal, to eventually work into a game a little more like that. But Chad, since I assume you're new, maybe you've been lurking for a little bit, but I'll give you and anyone else hanging out, the spiel on my game. I always type the wrong command. It's called game. There it is. So the game, what am I working on right now? I'm working on my game. It's called Populus. It's a stupid little bubble popping game, but you can actually play it right now. And I'm kind of ticked that my camera exposure is all screwed up, but what can you do? We'll get that figured out later. It's a game called Populus. You can actually play it right now, populus.gg. I threw it in the chat, down in the chat there. It's a little bubble popping game. So it's actually got one-on-one multiplayer. We just went live with that, the multiplayer, this past weekend, which is pretty cool. But yeah, you can race one-on-one with some other person, popping the same bubbles. But I just did a practice right there. So basically, you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. So you match up whatever bubble color is in this position up here. You pop that bubble that corresponds to that color, right? So to pop the bubble, you hover your mouse over it and you press the space bar or left click. I prefer the space bar, and then you just keep going, and you just see how many bubbles you can pop, how fast you can go, and that's pretty much it. Obviously, if you make mistakes, you have to go back and pop the previous bubble. But yeah, then once the 30 seconds is up, you see your stats. 19 bubbles pop, 30 seconds, 0.633 pops per second. How many mistakes you made. So like the mistake was like when I went, if you go out of bounds here, if you go out of the black line here, that's a mistake, counts as a mistake. If you pop the wrong bubble, that's a mistake. So I'm supposed to pop purple, but I pop this yellow puce color. Is that puce? I think that's puce. Or if you just pop like dead space, like you totally miss. Oh, I'm supposed to pop this maroon bubble, but I missed. That's a mistake as well. So that's pretty much the game. Not terribly exciting, I know. Very disappointing. But yeah, that's pretty much it. It's my first publicly released game, so I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that fact, even though it's like a kindergartner's game. I'm proud of the fact that it's my first publicly released game. And you can make fun of me all you want. You can say, "Wow, what a loser! Spend a bunch of time making this stupid game." But it's out there publicly available, so I'm a little proud of that. And it's multiplayer. The multiplayer part, that was actually a pretty cool. We'll do a little demo of the multiplayer here. How about that? Oh, this thing's all stuck. How can I kill? Okay, there we go. Okay, so now if I got two, I just got two browsers up here. Oh, somebody's already playing. All right. So with the multiplayer, I don't know who I'm playing right now. Perhaps that's Chad of Suburbia right now, but the little red dot there is my opponent. So like they're ahead of me right now. So if they go back, that means they like made a mistake there. But every time they pop a bubble, they kind of slide forward. So then as I pop bubbles, the red dot will be moving back. Like, so as I'm kind of catching up to them. Yep. Oh, maybe. No. Oh, I may. Okay. If I don't make. So then there, with the multiplayer, then I see my score in blue and then the opponent's score in red. Well, the total time, I got to figure out a better UI way to show this. So the total time's 30 seconds. That's the same for both. But then you see I got 17 and then my opponent got 20. Sydney Gama. That was me. Sydney Gama. Sid. Oh, can I just call you Sid? Sid, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Thanks for playing. You beat me. So congrats. I appreciate playing with the viewers and getting beaten by the viewers. I really do. So yes. Sid is now following. Sid, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, to be honest. You really didn't have to. But yeah. That's the game for anyone new out there. So hopefully it makes sense. Hopefully it's clear. I'm always looking for feedback if something's like looks weird or doesn't, you know. Or if there's bugs or whatever. I'd love to know about that. And I do have a Discord for anyone out there who's interested in joining. I got a Discord. You don't have to. You don't have to join, but you can check it out. It's a slowly growing community. Discord community. I'm kind of a Discord noob, to be honest. But yeah, we got some stuff in there. We got a little self-promotion section. So if you've got your own, you know, programming, game dev or programming, you know, I want to keep the self-promotion section to kind of like computer programming or game development related things, you know, and within that spectrum. Yeah, there's also a high score section on the Discord. And you can see Trioxky's score. He's got a video of it. He's got 124 pops in 30 seconds. That's 124 pops. That's maddening. That's 4 pops a second. No, over 4 pops a second. You know, 120 pops in 30 seconds would be 4. If I've got my math right. So that's pretty crazy. So yeah. Well, what are we working on right now with Populus? Well, we just went live with the multiplayer. Again, that for anyone new, that was so that's been kind of a cool thing because we've been working on multiplayer for 2.5 months now, which I only stream. I stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. I usually stream for about like a full work day-ish, you know, I'll stream from 6.5 to 8 hours. I usually use part of that time to do other things related to the game or streaming that or related to the stream. So like right now we've been going for 6 hours. We might go for another hour or so. But yeah, I stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So I've been doing that since like August, since like the end of August. So yeah, we started working on the multiplayer right in the beginning of November-ish. So it's pretty much been about 2.5 months of just getting the multiplayer ready and live. And now that it's finally here, it feels great. And Weemy's back. What's going on, Weemy? Good to see it. It's way past your bedtime, Weemy. I've actually just started working on some code now, finally. We cleaned up some UI things a little bit ago, and now I'm actually addressing the Weemy exploit, the Weemy crash. Can I kill the server now? Yeah, actually, let's try it. Let's try it. All right, so I'm pulling the server logs up here. Well, hang on one second. All right, so I've got the server logs here. And for anyone, basically, I log things on the server side that are like when a player connects, when a player closes a connection, when a player requests a match against another player. And it also will print like the stats for those players. And just, you know, I'm not revealing any incriminating things, or I'm not showing people's IP addresses or anything. But these player IDs, I have like these random character IDs. Those aren't usernames or things that last there forever. Basically, when you connect, you get one of these random IDs, and like if you refresh your browser, it kills it and does a new one. All right, so Weemy is trying to slam the server right now, and we're seeing a bunch of players connected. Weemy, are you doing the same thing you were doing before with, we're using about 1% CPU right now? It's not enough, Weemy. I don't necessarily encourage everyone. Weemy's kind of offered to help me with a little bit of stress testing and breaking things and somewhat malicious things. I don't know if anyone is interested in maybe testing some malicious things. The heap usage is still not crazy. I mean, the percentage is it's always bounces around that percentage, but like the heap size isn't really going up very much yet. There it goes. Okay. All right, Weemy. Yeah, so I want to try to fix, this is literally what I was about to try to fix, is this crash. So I think we have the same exact problem here where you closed and yeah, so the server crashed there, but if we refresh some browsers, we're back into the game, no problem here. Basically. So Weemy, let me see if I can, well, okay, never mind. Actually, I can't fix, because I don't have a really quick deployment process, so we can't actually test my fix. But how many users were you creating there, Weemy? What was like the interval? Or do you have the numbers? Who hacks systems anymore? They're mostly safe these days. These days, people are biggest target for crackers. Oh, 25 milliseconds. All right. That's a lot better than before. It was just 1 second before, wasn't it? Who hacks systems anymore? Nice. Yeah, but I'm only starting matches with them. Right. I mean, you're not sending, 60 mouse updates a second for all those connections, but no, I'm just saying like it's good that we can see that many connections going through, like that's pretty cool to see. Honestly, you probably fill up my disk with the logs before you break. Oh, we're hitting it again. Nice. 25 milliseconds. That doesn't seem... Yeah, so it's just like a matter of time before you hit the before we hit the crash. CPU usage is going up there a bunch now, 17, 16, 20%. And we crashed. Nice. 1 millisecond with only mouse movement. Is that what you were doing there? Like, whoops. That might have been why we were seeing the CPU usage go up there. Saw CPU up to 20% at most, so pretty good. Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, that really wasn't too bad. Let me look at my... Wait, is this within the last? What is this? Nice. All right, so I would like to potentially have the fix for that crash. Oops. I would like to potentially have the fix for that crash going today. So let's actually look at that a little bit. So the problem is that what I'm doing, so I did a search for ws.send just in over my whole project, and the only matches come up in our match.js file. So this is the server-side match file, the thing that handles the gameplay on the server side. So basically the player.ws.send, or a player object, has a WebSocket connection property attached to it. So it's just called this.ws. So when you construct a new player object on the server, you pass in a WS object. I've got some other ideas for different. I've got other ideas for different things. Hey Weemy, if you don't mind like sending me what you're doing, what the script you're doing. Like I know you did that in the other time. Like so whenever you get the chance, I don't really need it right now, but if you mind sharing that with me, DM on Discord or whatever. I know you did that with the last one. Because I'd be interested in maybe running that at some point. Secret. Nice. Yeah, because I'd be interested in running that. Not right now. I don't care about running it right now, but I mean, because otherwise I just have to do the work myself. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I am actually curious. I wouldn't actually necessarily need to run what you've done, but all I'm doing is manipulating the source code. Right. Well, I'm curious. I'd like to see exactly. Well, I guess that's fine. Yeah, because I can just do it myself, too. I can just write the client to do it for the dev version. Yeah, because one of the things I want to look at is if I want to log if we hit that rate limit issue here, because that would be a nice thing to have. Console.log. So where are we doing those? Where is our format for this? We're doing console log date Come on, where's another one here? Oh, most of it is at the application level. Console log new date and then a string. That's what we're doing. All right, so the player, I want to do console log player this.id. So we say this.messages. Okay. Console log new date player this.id. Requested match is already in match or waiting for me. Hit rate limit. Exceeded message rate limit with let's see, with this dot ws message in okay, with that I'll send you the source on Discord. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean whatever's easy for you. You don't need to go out crazy out of your way. It's just good to know exactly what you're doing. Thanks for sending that my way. Okay, so Badger, multiplayer's here. It's live. It's working. We can play. Okay, yeah. The server's fine. It's crashed a couple times, but that was kind of on purpose. So I'm waiting for you to play. I'm waiting for you to play, Badger. There you go. Nice. So the little red dot is like represents, I'm assuming I'm playing you, Badger, right now. But the little red dot represents your opponent up on the top. So if the opponent, if the red dot is behind the black dot kind of represents you. So like if the red dot is on top of the black dot, that represents that you're like neck and neck. You're tied. Yeah, that's Badger, all right. 573 mistakes. Nice. I like it. We got to have a mistake leaderboard. We got to have that too. Nice. All right. There we go. Big time. All right, you're going for mistake record again, Badger, I guess. Actually, I kind of like that people go for the mistake record. It's kind of funny. And I think we should have a leaderboard. Oops, that goes out to the people making mistakes. There we go. 928. Sick. I like it. If I held like my spacebar down the whole time, it would be like, wow, that's a lot of mistakes per second. Badgers, that's the most I'll ever get. I don't know, Badger. Badger's got like a macro that he's got running or something to just click a bunch of times or something extra. I don't remember exactly what. I don't know if he ever told me exactly what it was. Here we go. All right, I'm going. Whoops. Oh, are we actually playing here now? I was going for mistake record. Who are we? Am I playing Badger again? See, this is why we'll get to usernames eventually here. See, I'm just holding the spacebar down, and the spacebar just sends repeating keystrokes. So like it's just doing mistake, 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 mistake. You know, just tons of mistakes. And it clears them all when you pop the right bubble. I won in mistakes. Just by a hair there. Yes, we need to figure out. Sent you the stuff on Discord. Thanks, Weemy. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it muchly. All right. Well, yes. So I just made a log here. Player blah exceeded message rate limit with this. With messages in rate limit int. Why do I have int? What does int mean? WebSocket's messages in rate limit. This is every one client rate limit window. Okay. Just like a second. Client message limit. Time for sleep though. Yeah, for sure, Weemy. Get some rest. Yeah, I might possibly see, mate, fun that multiplayer is out. Yeah, it is indeed. So thanks for that. And I appreciate you screwing around with stuff because you've helped me figure out one thing that is really a crash that we'll be able to prevent in the future. So that's good. Yeah, so now, okay, so, and I just realized I'm going to send, can crash it more ways. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm sure we'll find some other crazy things to do. So, nice. All right, well, have a good night, Weemy. Thanks again for hanging out and everything, and screwing around. And thanks for sending me the source code. I didn't look at it yet or anything, but I will at some point. Yeah, so now I'm just putting a message. I'm putting a message here if we break. I wasn't doing this before, but now we're logging to the console if a player exceeds the message rate limit, the client-side message rate limit. Anyways, until next time, stay awesome. Hey, no, you stay awesome, Weemy. Thanks again. Thanks again, man. Okay, so I'm showing the player ID now and exceeded the message rate limit, and then it's going to print the amount of messages that they were shown on the record of having in that time frame. Okay, so exceeded message rate limit with this many messages. With messages where the limit was, where the limit is, and then just config.ws.client message limit. Okay. All right, so that's good. I want to just test this out. So I'm going to test out that this is working. So if we go to config, client updates per second, bubble buffer size. Okay, client message limit, 240. So if they send more than 240 messages in a second, we're going to kill that connection. Okay, so that's... Okay, so client updates per second. Client update interval. So I guess let's change this to like, or I guess we could change client message limit to like 70 for right now. Client gets kicked if, oh. All right, so let's try this real quick here. All right, so I want to see if we get this message here. Guess not. Let's try dialing this down a little bit more. Let's just try like 62. Whoops, 62. Opponent. Whoops. Did I do this right? All right. Oh, no, that's... Oh, did I just kill? Was I just in a game with somebody and I killed it? I wasn't paying attention anymore. Oh! I think I accidentally did a public game. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so there we started a game, and then we got match this created for players blah and blah, and then we saw player Q0 exceeded message rate limit with 63 message where the limit is 60. $1,006. Okay. So we're changing this back to 240, I guess, for right now. All right, so now let's look at... So that's good. Basically, we just added an extra little log in there. Console log. Okay. All right, so again, I want to look at this player.ws.send. So we only do that inside of our match file. We only do that inside of our match.js file. So what we need to do is kind of wrap that into a function. So we need like a player.send message. So I guess we say player.send message So we're going to go to our player object, and we're going to create a method called send message. And then we're going to pass the buffer, or we'll just say message buffer, I guess. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do, at the end, we'll do this.ws.send message buffer. I think that's all we need to do. But then we first need to check if, first need to do if this.ws. And I guess we can consult ready state. Is that the name? All right, let's do this. Okay, so ready state constants connecting, open, closing, close. So we want to make sure it's open. Connection is open and ready to communicate. Okay, so we only want ready state to be 1. So we've got our class WebSocket. We've got a, where's like the full list of stuff? Oh, I guess that's up here. All right, so we need ready state to be 1. So ready state is just a number. Current state of the connection, this is one of the ready state constants. So we need it to be equal to 1. So if this.ws.readyState equals 1, then we send the message. Else, we'll console log tried to send message to player this.id, but WS was ready state was this.ws.ready state. Oh boy, what did I just do there? Oh, added an extra backtick. All right. All right, so now we've got tried to send message to player with that ID, but WebSocket ready state was this ready state. All right, so that should be pretty cool. Yeah, so again, this is kind of like a weird, there's like, this probably wouldn't happen in the actual wild, like this case. Probably wouldn't happen in the wild, but doing this will prevent any crash, which is nice because this was the thing that was throwing the exception. So if we're ready to send the message, then send the message. Okay. Perfect. Then we just need to go to our match object and change all of these over from player.ws.send to basically we go to player.send message and then we pass this in. Okay, that was one of them. So we do player.send message and then this data. And again, that was the right method name, right? Send message. Yes. Okay. So then do we have another one here? Player opponent.send message. Okay, so that's where we're sending it to the opponent. But basically an opponent is, in this case, the opponent is a player. So then we say, send message. Pass in that buffer. Brilliant. And we got player.send message. And we pass this in. Oops. Awesome. How many more of these do we have? Player.send message. And we've got player.match state.opponent.send message. And this. All right. So basically, we're just wrapping. Whoa. Instead of just directly just sending data, firing data down the WebSocket, we've wrapped it into a function where now we call that function instead and pass the data we were going to send. And then that function just does a check to say, is the WebSocket open? If it's open, then we'll send it. If it's not open, then we won't. Because that was where our crash was coming from. Basically, we're sending data down a closed or closing WebSocket. Because Weemy was basically triggering a close and a player quit. And basically, when one player quits or closes the WebSocket, the other player gets a message sent to them that said your opponent quit. But I think they both of the players in the match would quit at the same time. So like the first one that triggered the quit first on the server would close the match, and then that function, the other WebSocket would close as well. All right, so send message, beautiful. And we've got player.send message. Awesome. And we've got basically this dot send message. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. And are there any more? There's two more. Okay. Player.send message. So these are just all the points. Thankfully, it's kind of nice. They're all just in one file. All the points where we'd actually send data to a player is all just in the one match, all just in our one match object, which is really nice. Player.send message. Where's our last one here? There it is. So player.match state.opponent. I haven't typed enough today, so it feels good to type. Whoops. send message. So I'm not afraid to type out all these long things. All right, so now it's just a matter of let's check to see if our nice little function wrapper is good. So we're going to pull up. Oof, stomach's rumbling. Guess I'm getting a little hungry. All right, so let's quit. Console. Let's refresh here. Refresh here. All right, so let's play. Let's play. Oops. All right, everything is looking pretty good. I like it. All right, so let's check. How do I want to test this? I guess maybe we could do, let's look at one browser here. Let's look at the WebSockets wrapper object. And if I were to do let's see here. Yeah, so what I want to do right now is let's see. So I want to do, I'm trying to basically break it the way that Weemy was breaking it. Actually, I could probably just look at Weemy's code here now, actually. Oh, this is the full thing. Okay. All right. This is the full source code with everything in it. All right. Well, I guess I could look through that a little more, but let's just try doing a all right. So let's see. If I do like, we want to do 2 find matches right in a row, and then we want to wait, and then let's see. Yeah, we want to do 2 send to servers right in a row. I guess maybe up at the main, or the, yeah, what were to happen if we were to do, ooh. Whoops. All right, let's try this. All right, so let's do a connect, connect and a connect, and then all right, so I guess we do 2 connects. Let's see if we do, I guess we could just duplicate all of this here, and then we do socket 1. We open up a second socket. Okay, yes. And then we do so we send this to both. So we do socket.send and socket1.send. All right, that in theory should work. So we do this. Yeah, we're fine now. We do play. And it started a match. Sick. 2 matches on top of one another. That's kind of interesting. Wow. That's really interesting. Okay. Drogos. Was good stream. Hope to catch you again. But now way past bedtime here. You're up. Take care. Hey, thanks, Drogos. Thanks for sure. And Tuxie, too. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm actually going to be wrapping up the stream in a bit myself. But yeah, I'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Same time for probably, yeah, another 6.5, 7, 8 hours or so. That's my normal stream time, Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So, yeah. Thanks again, Drogos. Appreciate it. Oh, all right. So, this actually looks kind of cool. The line through the, yeah, something about the line and the text and everything there. That looks kind of cool. All right, so this is doing awful things. All right, the server is like still fine after all of this. For whatever reason. Oh, is only one player quitting? That might be the problem. When I click that button, only one player is actually quitting. All right, so what we need to do, here's what we'll do. We do a send to server, and we're going to do a set. Here's what we'll do. Or we're going to do this. And then we'll do a, well, okay, how about on a connect? We're going to do a set. We're going to do just this quick rough, like set timeout. And then we're going to do this dot socket dot close this dot socket. Okay, so we want to, the thing is we want to close both sockets at once. So we're going to do that. That's the key thing. We're going to do that after 5 seconds. Actually, we could probably bring that down to like 2. All right, so now we have 2 players that connect immediately. Then when I hit play, oh. Whoops. Okay, so we do need to do like 5. Player close connection. Let's do 5 seconds here. All right, there we go. Play. Oh, there we go. I missed that. Okay, so that worked. That did it there. All right, so that would have crashed the server before. That would have crashed the server before, but now we're good. Okay. Sweet. So tried to send message to this player, but ready state was 2. But WS ready state was 2. So this player closed the connection. We tried to send the opponent closed thing because these two players were in the match. 3HCU, XO was in the match, and FO was in the match. They both closed at the same time. So the other player's ready state was 2, closing. When the match tried to end, it tries to send the message to the opponent. Whichever player triggers the end for quit first. That's what does it. Okay, so that's good. Everything's working then. All right, so we can get rid of all this junk. What else did I do? Great. This. Okay. All right, so hopefully I just undid all my changes there. And I forgot, what happens when you... Okay, we're back to gold here. All right, I love it. Oh boy. And what happens again if somebody quits? So if I play and then I play, but then I refresh, opponent quit right away. Okay. Play and then we wait till the countdown. I quit, opponent quit. Beautiful. So another thing that I want to do actually is this. Yeah. Fix fix screen flicker to of finding match screen for player who didn't have to wait. All right, so just adding one more little task here. All right, the one thing I wanted to fix, and this is true of the live right now on Populus.gg, for this player, for the other second player, so if this player clicks the play button, their screen flickers for a second, and then it goes to opponent, finding opponent. So, like, this player's fine. Like, we're finding opponent, and then this player, it's good. But basically, like this player here, so if I click play, we're going to see it flips to the finding opponent screen for like a split second, for like a couple frames. Finding opponent, and then it flips to opponent found. So I want to fix that. I want to fix that like little flicker. So that'll be a little more of an advanced thing to kind of, not a super straightforward thing to fix, but yeah, I just wanted to get that down on paper. On the Populus Trello, at least, that is. So I put it down here. Fix screen flicker of finding match screen for player who didn't have to wait for a match after clicking play. So it's not really like a bad glitch thing or whatever. It's like the screen, we flip immediately to the finding match screen, but then the finding match screen gets canceled because it finds a match right away, and then because basically the client just shows immediately after you click that play button. It starts showing that screen. And then a split second later, you get the message from the server that there's a match. So then there's like a split second where that message is on screen. So like if I, yeah, it's maybe even shorter on LAN, I guess. Like, so if I switch over to my dev version here, yeah, it's like shorter on LAN just because I'm connecting to my own local host server, but slightly more noticeable on populus.gg right now, but that's all right. Okay, so yeah, what? Well, we're hitting about 7 hours here. Pretty good. Yeah, so I think we've got some good stuff here. I might try to push a new version tonight, or we might save it for tomorrow. Because we might come back and try to break some stuff, and it'll be at least nice now to know we don't bring down the server. How many reboots are we at now? We're at 6 reboots of the server. So restarts of the node, at least the Node.js, the node app, I should say. Oh boy. Is Weemy still hitting it right now? Or is that just my screen flickering because it was... Hang on, let's kill this. There we go. Oh, it must have just been the screen flickering right there for a little bit. Yeah, all right. Beautiful. Okay. All right. I think we're going to close the stream down. We just hit 7 hours. That feels pretty good. We just tied up some nice things, and I think we've actually got a new version we could push tonight that I could roll out tonight, which would be pretty cool. So I might do that. Not right now on stream, but probably after. So actually, let's just do that right now before I forget. And config rebuilt. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes. All right. Cool. All right. Well, yeah, I think we're going to shut the stream down for right now. But again, pretty good day today. We just kind of went through kind of a little celebration of Populus multiplayer being live, which is pretty cool. Feels good to have that done finally. And now there's just like a bunch of other little tasks that, you know, I enjoy spending time focusing on the fine details. Like maybe they don't mean so much, but it's like that extra little level of polish. And I think now we'll actually get some time to work on that. Stuff that's really not that important for like the actual just functionality of the thing, but like just adding that extra level of, like, for example, the main menu, like, yeah, it works, but I'm not a huge fan of this. Like, I want to make this look a lot better. It's basically what it comes down to. So yeah, that's kind of the idea of what we can do now. I mean, we've got some more important things like the fix I did just now where we fixed a potential server crash. You know, that's good stuff to obviously fix now, to fix right now. But now that we're done with multiplayer, I could have some pretty rapid updates. I mean, it's possible we might even have a couple updates a week, potentially. Like today, I've already got a new update that I'm probably going to push live. And we might do some stuff tomorrow and push a new update tomorrow. But yeah, I think we'll be making some pretty nice, steady, tangible progress on the game, because, with multiplayer, it's just been like I'm working here and there and just like 2.5 months worth of work. Working basically 2 days a week on it. So that's not, obviously if you condense that, it's a lot less than, that's what, 2.5 months. I don't know. I was going to try to do the math there. Forget it. But anyway, yeah, I think we made some good. I'm feeling good. Like we spent a bunch of time just going over tasks and going over future ideas, and yet we still got some stuff done. We're still ready to have a new update live. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So I think for now I'm heading out, but we'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. It's kind of the usual. That's the usual. So yeah, we'll see you back. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow at that time. And yeah. Ta-ta for now. I'm signing off. Adios. Sayonara. Later.